Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Beneficial. All right, so good morning once again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day so far, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for being a part of Coffee in Tow. Good morning, AT. Good morning, Marlon. All right, we have quite a bit of stories today. Hope you gentlemen are doing well. Quite a bit of stories today. We're going to go ahead and get right into it. Let's see if we can knock them out and try to be done by 1:30 the latest. All right, let's see if we can accomplish that goal. Not sure how successful we'll be, but we'll try. There's always another day if we can't conquer it today. All right, so our first, of course, we start off in the Caribbean corner as always, and that's where we head for our first story, courtesy of IWNSVG.com. That's IWNSVG.com out of that St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh my gosh, I was forgetting my abbreviations for a second. Forgive me. All right, let's go ahead and get into this one. Caribbean delegates to join Global Africa in Nigeria for Afrexim Bank meetings. Okay, let's see what this is about. Heads of state, government officials, captains of industry, business people, decision makers, academics, respected experts, and advisors from Africa, the CARICOM region, and globally are stated or slated to meet in Abuja, Nigeria, June 23 to 28 for the 32nd Afrexim Bank. Okay, so my screen is jumping up and down, doing its own thing. Let me wait for it to finish its dance, and then we'll get back to it. All right, here we go. Okay, it's done dancing. So heads of state, government officials, captains of industry, business people, decision makers, academics, respected experts, and advisors from Africa, the CARICOM region, and globally are slated to meet in Abuja, Nigeria, June 23 to 28 for the 32nd Afrexim Bank annual meetings. Nigeria and Afrexim Bank have signed the host country agreement for one of the most anticipated gatherings on the African continent. I think they have a typo there. The event features high-level policy discussions, presentations, and side events on issues pertinent to the socio-economic development of Africa, as well as business networking sessions that drive integration through trade and investments. Commenting on the significance of the agreement, Wale Idon, who is Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy of Nigeria, emphasized Nigeria's strong partnership with Afrexim Bank and its commitment to fostering trade and economic growth for Africa and beyond. So I'm appreciating this article. Yesterday we had one relating to Dangote, Aliko Dangote, who is the wealthiest man, they say, um, in Africa. He's into construction and oil and all of that good stuff. So, yesterday we had an article where he spoke about ease of access between the Caribbean and Africa, the continent as a whole. Let me just run back over to that article, excuse me, so we can. I want to go back to it real quick. So, in the first two paragraphs, he said, uh, or it says rather, Aliko Dangote, Nigeria's richest businessman, did not mince words about Grenada's current visa system, urging the island and other nations within the Caribbean community CARICOM to scrap the traditional embassy issued visa requirement for African travelers in favor of streamlined online system or visa on arrival. So he was speaking at the inaugural Independence fireside chat with Prime Minister Decon Mitchell of Grenada, and he argued that replacing the old cumbersome process with an online or visa on arrival system could be a real game changer. And going a little further, he also said that with doing that, we would be able to double, I would say even triple what's going on in the Caribbean. Because in the Caribbean, I think tourism is our number one source of income. That's our number one revenue generator. So many families, so many communities depend on tourism, right? So he mentioned that the CARICOM economy could double because you will see a massive inflow of people coming. Now, we've had several conversations on coffee too as it relates to the ease of access and how daunting the process can be. And that is because of um the Westerners, right? And we're talking about Europe and North America and the structure that's in place. To go to Africa, it's not a direct flight. You have to go to Europe and then from Europe into Africa, right? So we're gonna have to bring the powers that be into the conversation as well. We cannot exclude them because they control the airspace, right? And they dictate the movement and the freedom of movement. So there has to be a conversation with them. Not sure what that is going to sound like, but it has to happen if we intend to have the gateway opened up, and we'll see more movement, right, across from Africa to the Caribbean, Caribbean to Africa. Um, so I'm here for it. Let us see when they have the meeting, June 23 to 28 in Abuja, Nigeria, if this will be something that will be mentioned. Will there be any representatives from any Western country there? That's also, something I'm wondering. Yeah, a lot of potential is there. A lot of potential is there. And times are changing. Let me put it that way. Times are changing, and with change, there is growth. There's a lot of opportunity on the horizon. Yeah, there's a new day dawning and a new way to do things, and new markets are being opened up. We talk about technology and we have to embrace it because there is a positive side to technology, really positive side. All right, so that's that one. Next up, also courtesy of IWNSVG, CARICOM countries move to declare some violent acts as terrorism. Yeah, we yesterday, it's funny, a lot of, well, this is the second story, and we can connect it to a conversation that came up yesterday, um, talking about the level of crime, and to be clear, the reference for yesterday's conversation came out of the St. Lucia Times.com article, where the prime minister there sounds the alarm on pandemic of gang crime involving young men. So let us hear what this article has to say today. Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness on Friday urged CARICOM countries to adopt a strong position against criminal gangs, as regional leaders said that certain acts of violence must now be regarded as acts of terrorism. Holness, speaking at the news conference following the 3-day CARICOM summit, said it is critical that the region treats with the issues. It is critical that the region treats with the issues of gangs. Okay, IWNSVG, get an editor, please. Um, anyway, the essence of that paragraph is that we have a critical issue within the region when we're talking about gangs, adding that Jamaica has taken a very strong position on handling the situation. We see gangs as an existential threat. Obviously, the ultimate case would be with the situation in Haiti, but we also see gangs acting in ways and committing acts that can only be destroyed as acts of terror. Mr. Holness, I want to stop right there for a second. I totally understand your sentiment as it relates to Haiti. However, we have to remember Haiti's situation is unique. Um, I don't think we can compare Haiti with the rest of the Caribbean. Haiti's situation was orchestrated, and what we're seeing is the end result of that. Yeah, we're seeing the fruits of what people sat down and deliberately put together. So I think we want to be very careful. Do not lead people to believe that what is happening in Haiti is related to what's happening in any other Caribbean island. That's not the case. I'm sorry. Right? Yes, you're going to have the criminal elements where there are similarities, but by and large, what's going on in Haiti is people, unfortunately, um, voicing their concerns and their frustration through the acts of violence we're seeing. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of other countries having their hand in their business. They're tired of being dictated to. They're just tired, and they have had enough. And it's just unfortunate that the acts of terrorism, if you want to call it that, that we're seeing in Haiti, is them hurting their own. Let me just keep it light and simple. Right. So, Mr. Holness, I'll be very careful with that, because there are some of us who are paying attention. There are some of us who are very familiar with what's going on in Haiti. There are some of us who actually have friends who are Haitian, who have family members back there, and they're sharing the stories. We're hearing the truth. There is also history that can, shed some light on what's going on. Do not spread that. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, that is what it is. Okay. Anyway, let me keep it moving. He says he has called on Jamaica, and he's now making a call on the CARICOM platform that there needs to be a global war on gangs in the same way there is a global war on terror. That I can agree with. Holness warned that if gangs are allowed free rein, they will change the effectiveness and underlying states which governments are seeing happening, not just in CARICOM, but in the wider Central and South American region. Now, I also want to bring up another point. Conversation that has been had, supported by articles in the media, supported by videos that we have seen on YouTube and on the various social media platforms. And it's a harsh truth, and it's a harsh reality. But if we're not willing to call a spade, call things out, hold ourselves accountable, and stop pretending as if we don't know then guess what? We're not going to be able to fix the issue. And what am I talking about? Interviews have been done with members of gangs. And they have said, and it's so funny, I saw one recently, because Prime Minister Rowley out of Trinidad has ended his time in the political realm, I think. And there are a few people who are like, stop celebrating him. He's corrupt too, allegedly. And we have heard these sentiments being echoed across the Caribbean far too often, that politicians and people who are in positions of power have a hand in the situation, because some of them are, quote unquote, in bed with the criminals. Some of them create the create the atmosphere, create the space for it, encourage it. Are we ready to have that conversation? It is all well and good to say, oh, these bad characters, and they're behaving badly, and they're bringing down the reputation of our country. But how? How did they get there? I said this last week or the week before when we were talking about another article where a child was saying she wants peace, less killings, do away with the guns and the murder. She wants peace in her community. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, she's in Trenchtown. And I remember saying, how long has this community been in that situation, in a dire state? Which leads me, I'm over 50. So if I'm over 50 and it's been that way since I was a child, that tells me that there is no intention to change the situation, or no real intent to change the situation. So what are we doing? We are manufacturing, or we are keeping the conveyor belt going as it relates to the manufacturing of criminal behavior. So are our leaders across the region ready to come out and say, we need to change our behavior, we need to lead by example, we need to set the right tone and send the right message? Are we ready for that? We cannot, on one hand, allegedly be calling for peace and a fixing of the situation, but then you reach out to somebody in the community to handle a situation for you. That is counterproductive. You have to lead by example. So it's all well and good. It sounds good. Yeah. And I'm sure everybody in the meeting, in the CARICOM meeting, was clapping and saying, yes, they agree. Oh, ye hypocrites. Oh, ye hypocrites. That's what I'm going to say. You cannot be doing something with your right hand and then doing the opposite with your left hand. Come on, people. And it's going to take all of us. All hands on deck, from the top to the bottom. Everybody has to get involved with the issue of the war on gangs that you want us to have. I understand that when you're in certain positions, it comes with certain privileges, right? Who know who? Nepotism. I said this months ago, last year, I want to say last year, the year before at least, that everybody shipment coming into the country needs to be searched. I don't care who you are, from Prime Minister to Papa, from the mansion to the homeless. As long as you have something coming into the country via the port, the airport, boat, we don't care how it reach there. As long as it's coming into the country, every package, every box, every barrel, every container needs to be scanned and thoroughly examined. Is it going to hold up things? Yeah, it is. But we're going to have to stand some inconvenience to be able to achieve the ultimate goal. I don't care who the package belongs to. It must be searched. Don't come tell me, say, oh, that belonged to the governor general, or that belonged to the prime minister, or that belonged to this person, or that the person. So we now go search it. Search it. We lead by example. And every government official should be happy to have their packages searched, because you are saying to the general public, listen, me have to go through it, all of it going to go through it. It's the message you're sending. The one or two things where we are fine at the port, yeah, I celebrate it. But I guarantee you, for everyone that is intercepted, about 3 to 5 more gone through. Because we grease somebody palm, we turn a blind eye. We not search somebody things because you know who that no, so we not search them things, make it go through. Our leaders across the Caribbean prepared to take that stance. Lead by example. So you can sit down there talking a symposium from now till next year about what needs to happen and that it's a global war. But let us get into the nitty-gritty. Let us get into the cracks and seal those cracks properly. All right. Next up, Cape Math lecturer with 100% pass rate emphasizes need for student accountability. This article comes to us courtesy of onenewsstvincent.com. This was written by Cavell Hazelwood. To be clear, these views are my own and not those of the SVGCC. I believe in high educational standards, and I believe that discipline plays an integral role in achieving these standards. My goal is not to punish, but to teach. Success requires e-sort, and sometimes tough love is necessary to ensure students reach their full potential. I will always stand for overwhelming success, and I will always mean well. So here is the opinion piece. I am Cavell Hazelwood, the lecturer referred to in the article entitled Community College Lecturer Threatens Not to Mark SBAs Over Students' Refusal to Comply. One of the courses I instruct in is Cape Integrated Mathematics. Mathematics is not a subject one can passively absorb. It requires practice, engagement, and discipline. My approach has always been to provide students with opportunities to master concepts through consistent practice. However, I have noticed a troubling pattern. Many students fail to complete or submit their solutions to practice questions. Each time this has occurred, I spoke with my students, emphasizing the importance of practice. I have often told them, it is okay to get it wrong now. When you can, get my help rather than getting it wrong in the exam. Unfortunately, despite repeated discussions, the overwhelming majority of students failed to complete their assigned work. I was faced with a decision: assign them a 0, which would negatively impact their internal grades and potentially their university enrollment, or offer an extension. I chose the latter. However, I firmly believe that there must be consequences for inaction. Students must recognize that their education is their responsibility. In addition to the extension, I required students who failed to submit their work on time to write 200 lines stating, I must take my work more seriously. This was not meant as a punishment, but as a lesson in discipline, accountability, and responsibility, qualities that are essential for success in both academia and the professional world. One student even took the initiative to write 50 additional lines, recognizing the value of the lesson. However, One student outright refused to comply, stating openly that they had no intention of completing their assigned lines. At that moment, I had to consider the wider implications. How can a lecturer continue teaching with a student who is determined to be disrespectful? What message does this send to the rest of the class? If students can disregard rules and face no repercussions, we create an environment that fosters complacency and entitlement rather than discipline and excellence. This is a tertiary level institution. Students are on the cusp of entering the workforce, where there will be no second chances for missed deadlines, and certainly no lines to write as a consequence. In the real world, irresponsibility carries severe repercussions. My goal is not just to prepare my students for exams, but to equip them with the mindset necessary to thrive in life. My track record speaks for itself. I have maintained a 100% pass rate in CAPE integrated math, a subject with a regional pass rate significantly lower. This is no accident. It is the result of structure, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to student success. The lines were not about punishment. They were a tool to reinforce the value of accountability. Since I graduated from university at the age of 21, I started Excel Academics and have been deeply invested in the education and holistic development of Vincentian youth. I have personally provided scholarships to students at my own expense and implemented initiatives to support students from low income families. My dedication to our young people is unwavering. I want nothing more than to see them succeed, not just in passing exams, but in developing the character necessary to navigate the challenges of adulthood. I also urge parents to take an active role in their children's education. Even at the tertiary level, students need guidance. Many students at SVGCC are being given a second chance to pass CSEC math, and it is crucial that they seize this opportunity. Lecturers like myself are fighting for their success, often against resistance, but we do it because we care. For most of my students, the lines served their purpose. They recognized the lesson in discipline. It is also important to highlight that while some may see writing lines as outdated or juvenile, mature students should not behave like children and then complain about consequences they deem fit for children. I applaud you, young man. I applaud you for investing in our young minds. Lines, 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 lines. Um, I have issues with the lines, but if it works, right? Yes, math is something you have to practice. It takes discipline. There are lots of formulas, and you're constantly building. These formulas become building blocks. I agree, everyone does not learn the same way. I get that. I totally understand that. And if a lecturer, a teacher, an instructor is willing to meet with you outside of the class so that you can discuss how best you learn, do that. Do not do that. If they are willing to embrace your concerns, or I should say, listen to your concerns and work with you, I encourage you to do that because at the end of the day, it serves you, the individual. Whatever your tactics are beyond having them write lines when they fail to meet their or uphold their end of the bargain, so to speak, I would have loved for you to give me a little more information as to how you were able to have your students, excuse me, attain a 100% pass rate. What were the methods of engagement? What was your teaching style? I'm hearing about the discipline, but I'm not hearing about the style. And I think that's what we need more of so that we can share these ideas with other teachers who may be struggling with students. Math is a sore, I can call it a sore, so to speak. Yeah, has always been. It's one of those subjects where a lot of people put up a mind block, right? They feel overwhelmed and they're conquered by it, and they should. They really should, right? But it can come down to the teaching style too. Is the teacher's style of imparting the knowledge adaptable? Can we adapt to it? Can we truly learn from it? That's important. But yeah, I want to know exactly what your tactics were. All I'm hearing is about the discipline. Give me a little more information. Give me some more tools that can be used. Please, I beg. All right. Anybody want to share anything on this before I move on? All right. Let's go ahead and hop on over to Belize, where 3 American women were found dead in their hotel room. This is so unfortunate. All right. This article comes to us courtesy of where are you? Hold on, let me close out these so I don't. Okay, CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Authorities in Belize have launched an investigation into the mysterious deaths of 3 American women at a hotel in San Pedro. The victims, identified as Kuchar Nakad, 23, Imani Mala, 24, and Wafe El Arar, 26, were all U.S. citizens but were born in Morocco. They had checked into the Royal Kahal Beach Resort on February 19 and were discovered unresponsive in their suite by hotel staff on the weekend. According to police reports, housekeeping had made multiple attempts to contact the women but received no response. Using a master key, staff accessed the room and found the 3 women unresponsive in different areas of the suite. Authorities, were immediately alerted, and emergency responders later confirmed the women were deceased. Initial observations noted vomit and froth around their mouths, leading police to suspect a possible drug overdose. Police Commissioner Chester Williams stated that a thorough search of the suite, revealed no signs of forced entry or physical injuries. However, alcohol and gummies were found in the room. We're not saying at this time that the gummies caused the death, but we're looking at every possibility. Investigators are working to determine whether the gummies were brought into Belize or purchased locally. Surveillance footage confirmed that the women had entered their suite on Thursday and were not seen exiting afterward. Williams also confirmed that no one else was observed entering the room. Yeah, that sounds like drugs. Well, oh boy. Did anybody watch the read up for the last time last night? I watched it for the first time ever on MSNBC. I watch her on YouTube. I watch her on IG. I watch her on the various social media platforms on TikTok. Um, I kind of move away from mainstream media, so to speak. I have moved away. I'm not as invested as I used to be, and I think it happened when Don Lemon and Como, especially Don Lemon, because I liked him. I loved him on TV. But when they moved away from him or got rid of him, I was like, not interested so much anymore. But I will follow them and um, invest my time in listening to them and watching them on social media. Yesterday, I liked her closing remarks. But for some reason, after her initial opening statement, the show seemed rushed to me. I don't know. I don't know. Something felt a little off with the that part of the show, that bringing in other guests and so on. It just, I don't know if it was me, if it's the internet, if it's the connection, the what you call it, Xfinity connection. I don't know, but it just seems as if it was going pretty fast. I was like, I couldn't keep up. But we'll talk about it later on. But yeah, that just popped up in my head. All right, next up, there is a debate over the government's decision to borrow EC $725 million. Let me pin this here on YouTube. Bear with me one moment. So this next article comes to us courtesy of the new todaygrenada.com. Finance Minister Dennis Cornwall's recent announcement of the Congress government's plan to borrow over EC $725 million for infrastructural development projects in 2025, a significant increase from previous years, is raising concerns about fiscal sustainability and economic growth. While the administration argues that the funds are essential to address infrastructural challenges following Hurricane Beryl, opposition voices warn of rising debt and financial risks. Speaking with reporters at a press conference in St. George's last week, the finance minister confirmed that a loan authorization bill will be presented alongside the 2025 budget on March 7th. We will present to the Parliament an opportunity to have us borrow extra money for all our development projects that will be coming up. I will wait until that number is finalized before I announce it to the nation. I know that the ballpark figure we're looking for is over EC $725 million. The announcement follows a pattern of increasing borrowing under the Dickon Mitchell-led regime, with loan approvals rising from 350 million EC dollars in 2023 to 375 million in 2024. Expressing alarm, leader of the main opposition, New National Party, and former Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell, criticized the government's borrowing plan, warning that it could sharply increase the debt to GDP ratio. As I'm reading this, you know what I'm thinking about? I don't know if they still do it, if governments still do it. When they want to raise revenue, just like excuse me, private companies do. When they want to raise revenue, they do a bond offering. Do they still do that? Versus, I guess it's a form of borrowing, so to speak, but you would offer like 5 to 10 year bonds, so you can quickly raise the money from your citizens to carry out whatever projects need to be addressed. Do governments still do that? Is it something that's still done in the Caribbean? I don't know. But I remember there was a time you want to raise money, you offer bonds, and 5 year, 10 year, after 5 years, they can cash it in because, of course, depending on how long it will take to um, put the wheels in motion and get the project up and running, to start to see a return on investment, to be able to pay back with interest. Um, I don't hear much about that anymore. It seems as though
Yeah,
we're quickly going to external sources. Go ahead, James.
yeah, money. Yeah, Jamaica had a lot of success with it years ago. Like
Yeah.
I would say about the last time I heard about it was about 3, 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they had a lot of success with it. So I think it's probably still happening, but I don't think most of those bonds don't really work for like big infrastructural things where you're going to take billions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're for smaller projects.
But James, wouldn't it let us say the project is going to cost $1 billion, and you're able to raise even half of that from your citizens. You know the potential is there to raise half of that from your citizens. And this information can be garnered from financial institutions when they are able to look at um, fixed deposits, right? Those fixed instruments that, and be able to make recommendations and reach out to customers who they know have huge deposits that they're not using for now. Have conversation with them. What's your plan? Do some research that way. And based on that, then the government can say, you know what, let us open up an offering for at least half of it. That way, we are reducing the external debt and the interest, the amount of interest that's going to be paid on debt. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that could work.
That
I don't know how they do it, but I know they had some success in it. But that could work. And yeah, I think the government like should involve people, like especially like Jamaica, right? Because Jamaica have a lot of millionaires in the diaspora, so I think
Mhm.
they should involve more people, um, more Jamaicans. You know, when they go to do their diaspora conference, they need to invite people to invest like that, because the thing is like, you know, the government, it's always return. It's a safe investment.
Yes.
And the thing is like, it's not like if you can't return it, we just take Jamaica House or something like that. So, but but it's a safe investment. So I think people would do it. Yeah, I think people do it. So yeah, I don't know if they're still doing it, but I heard about a lot of success coming from it. I think the last time about, I think it was before COVID was the last time I hear like
Mm.
success coming from it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that governments, especially in the Caribbean, and you know something, you can help to instill some sense of pride in your nationals because they'll feel as though they are a part of what's going on. They have a vested interest. Unless it's a case where we don't want to be held, we do not want to be held accountable by them. Hey,
Yeah, yeah. I've always thought that they need to do that for companies, because like some of the big companies that get bought up by international, I feel like the government should have stepped in and make sure Jamaica keep a lot of those companies. And even if the government put the money up front and then, you know, divvy it out to Jamaicans, so Jamaicans can become like shareholders in these companies, because we're losing all of our companies, right?
mhm.
And then they buy them out, and they tell you like it's brand Jamaica for the first 5 years, and then all of a sudden they say like labor is too expensive and they move it to Thailand, you know?
Yeah, for real. But a lot of opportunities are there, and I think we need to be more creative. And that way, you kind of put a limit on how much you're reaching out to these international organizations who then turn around and tell you, well, I'll give you the money, but it's contingent upon, and you must not even giving you something to consider. It's forceful, excuse me, it's very forceful. So yeah, just something worth exploring. And we have some sad news out of Jamaica. Veteran Jamaican attorney Valerie Nita Robinson has died. This article courtesy of caribbeannationalweekly.com. The Jamaican legal community is in mourning following the passing of veteran attorney at law, King's Counsel KC, Valerie Nita Robertson. The distinguished lawyer, known for her sharp wit and formidable presence in high profile criminal trials, died on Monday at the age of 71. Nita Robertson's family confirmed her passing in a statement on Monday afternoon, expressing deep sorrow over their loss. It is with great sadness that the Nita Robertson family announces the untimely passing of Miss Valerie Nita Robertson, KC attorney at law. Miss Nita Robertson leaves behind four sons, daughters in law, grandchildren, sisters, brothers, nieces, nephews, and other family members. A legal powerhouse, Nita Robertson earned a reputation as one of Jamaica's top criminal defense attorneys. Over the years, she represented clients in some of the country's most significant and high profile cases, earning widespread respect for her eloquence, legal acumen, and fearless advocacy. Her fiery courtroom performances and relentless pursuit of justice made her a formidable force in Jamaica's legal landscape. One of her last major cases saw her representing Vibes Cartel and his then co-convicts when they were granted leave in March 2017 to appeal their convictions and sentence at the Jamaica Court of Appeal. Nita Robertson also represented convicted ex-juror Livingston Kane, who attempted to bribe the jury foreman in the Vibes Cartel murder trial. Beyond her contributions to the legal fraternity, Nita Robertson was passionate about mentorship, guiding many young attorneys throughout their careers. She was also a proud alumna of the Wolmer's High School for Girls and remained closely involved with the school's community. In 2024, veteran attorney at law Valerie Nita Robertson signaled her intention to migrate to North America, stating that Jamaica is no longer a place to live. The lawyer, who ran unsuccessfully for the People's National Party in West Portland during the 2020 elections, also indicated her plans to leave the legal fraternity after 47 years. Her passing marks the end of an era in Jamaica's legal history, leaving behind a legacy that will continue to inspire future generations of attorneys. Well, you served, you came, you saw, you conquered. May her soul rest in peace. And of course, the PNP, they have paid a tribute to the fearless attorney. Yes, fearless indeed. That she was. Yeah. Okay, moving right along. Also out of Jamaica, Jamaican drug kingpin Christopher Dudas Coke granted early release from U.S. prison. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Jamaican drug kingpin Christopher Dudas Coke has had 17 months shaved off his 23-year prison sentence in the United States, with the possibility of further reductions likely due to good behavior. This is what the American authorities have confirmed. Coke, who is 56, is currently incarcerated at the Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institution in New Jersey and is now scheduled for release on January 25, 2029. Oh yeah, me think I'm sorry. I thought this was going to be like this year. Some of the big announcement for Anofa that are 4 years down the road. Lord of mercy. Oh, forgive me here. I'm just wondering why the big announcement from now? We're in 2025. That is 4 years down the road. Come on. Cork, who is 56, is currently incarcerated at Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institution in New Jersey and is now scheduled for release on January 25, 2029, according to the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons. His original release date was July 4, 2030. The reduction in his sentence comes after the First Step Act, FSA, which is a bipartisan criminal justice reform law enacted in 2018. This allows incarcerated individuals to earn credits toward an earlier release through good conduct and participation in rehabilitative programs. However, the FBOP has not disclosed the specific reasons for Coke's sentence reduction, citing privacy regulations. Coke was once one of the most feared criminal figures in the Caribbean as the leader of the notorious Showa Posse, a transnational drug and arms trafficking syndicate with operations in Jamaica, the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. He built a criminal empire that wielded significant influence in Jamaica's political and social landscape. You hear that? He built a criminal empire that wielded significant influence in Jamaica's political and social landscape. His stronghold in the Kingston community of Tivoli Gardens made him an almost untouchable figure for years. In 2010, an extradition request from the US sparked a violent confrontation between Jamaican security forces and Coke's loyalists in Tivoli Gardens, leading to a bloody incursion that resulted in the deaths of at least 73 civilians and several security personnel. The government of Jamaica, under then Prime Minister Bruce Golding, eventually approved his extradition after months of resistance and intense political pressure. Coke was arrested in June 2010 while attempting to flee to the US Embassy in Kingston, disguised in a wig. I remember that story. He was extradited to the United States shortly after, and in 2012, pleaded guilty to charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and conspiracy to commit assault with a dangerous weapon in aid of racketeering. He was sentenced to 23 years in prison. The extent of the current power and influence of the Showa posse remains unclear. While some law enforcement sources believe that Coke's imprisonment significantly weakened the organization, others argue that remnants of the syndicate may still be operating under new leadership, both in Jamaica and internationally. Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institution, where Coke is being held, is a low security prison described as having no bars, towers, or locks, according to its official website. The facility primarily houses non-violent offenders and those with shorter sentences. With his potential early release now on the horizon, questions remain about what awaits Christopher Dudus Coke upon his return to Jamaica. Remember what I was saying earlier with regard to the article talking about gang violence, or the two articles, the one I referenced yesterday talking about gang violence in the Caribbean, and that there needs to be a global war on gang violence, and the article from today where Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness, or is it the Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness? Let me get it right. At the CARICOM meeting, said that CARICOM countries need to move to declare some violent acts as terrorism. And it's so interesting. I was talking about a need for honesty and a need for accountability. And until we are ready to be honest and hold ourselves accountable, we're not really going to be able to get to the bottom of solving crime. We're not going to be effective. It starts with effective leadership and a change in behavior. And how interesting it is now. I haven't read this article yet to know. This is the first time reading it with all of you. How interesting it is now to read this article, for it to only serve as a support, if you want to call it that, to validate what I was saying. Huh? Only for it now to come and validate what I was saying. Influence in Jamaica's political and social landscape. Okay, go ahead, James.
Yeah, and you remember who was in the car with him when he had on the wig, right?
No, that's me not remember, you know.
One of Jamaica's most famous pastor, like the TD Jakes of Jamaica, remember?
Which was that, Blair? Was it Blair?
No, the other one. What name? What name again? I can't remember. I
don't follow up the charismatic preachers. I really
maybe it's best I don't remember his name.
No,
but yeah, like him served some time for it too. Them they lock him up for it. And the thing is, like, the crazy thing about this too is, like, this incident is why Andrew Holness is prime minister, right? Because remember,
allegedly, let us not forget to use the word allegedly.
Okay, allegedly. No, but
yourself and us. Yeah.
No, but remember, Bruce Golding had to step down because of this incident, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had to step down, and then that's how Andrew Holness they push him to the top.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing with our prime minister, honestly, I don't think they should have invited him to speak at CARICOM.
Lord James.
No, seriously. No. For me, I think Jamaica should be kicked out of CARICOM. Trust me.
Why you say that?
No, because them, you know the song "Pon the River, Pon the Bank"?
Pon the river, pon the bank.
Yeah, that's Jamaica. Because the thing is, like, if I was if I could talk to Mia Motley now, I would say, you know what? Sit down and talk to all the leaders of CARICOM and just say, look, if you're either all in or you're out. You can't be a member of CARICOM and Caribbean Court of Justice is not your final court. That don't make no sense. That is the first thing. And yeah, like I just don't get the vibes from the current administration that they're interested in CARICOM at all. They talk a good talk sometimes when they're in the diaspora talking, but everything, their action is saying something different, that they're not interested in CARICOM. They're not in any of the talks when they come on to trade. They're not in any of those talks. Like it's just like Guyana, Barbados, and Trinidad, and they're just one side. Even though Trinidad is not even in the Caribbean Court of Justice too. The two biggest islands with the more population, and they're not a part of
and
it.
the ones with a heap of crime.
Yeah, that don't make any sense because it don't make any sense. So if we can't trust it to be all in, you better just stay out because, you know, like why the effort to hold on to the final court in Jamaica, or because now they want to take it from the Privy Council because of the vice cartel thing, right? And now they want it in Jamaica. That don't make any sense. Like it make more sense that if you have one of them trial with one of them like Dons or whatever, you send them to Trinidad or you send them to Guyana to face a jury, not face a jury in Jamaica where everybody know them. You know, so it don't make any sense. But I kick them out.
I think I'm not gonna like hear that at all. But I totally understand what you're saying. It's either you're in or you're out. You can't dip on the borderline like Shabada said, right? At the borderline. Why am I remembering? What play was that again? Lord have mercy. But yeah, you have to, there comes a time when you have to be all in, so to speak. I agree with you. Make up your mind. You can't pick and choose when you want to be involved or when you want to be stand in unison. Right? We talk about one Caribbean. We need to move accordingly. But you know something, James? It could be because of geographic location. We all the way over here, so and the rest of the Caribbean is all the way over there, so.
No, it don't have anything to do with that. Because remember,
I'm trying to make an excuse for that.
Yeah, our impact is there. And the thing is, like, as I said, from the West Indies, this problem was there, right? And the thing is, like, the countries that benefit the most out of it, because I would understand if one of the other islands, like say like Montserrat or Grenada, say, you know what, we don't want to be a part of this, because the thing is, Jamaica would have had an unfair advantage based on population, because if you're going to vote for the head of CARICOM or the leader or whatever, and it's going to go out to like a vote, the people are going to decide. The same thing like what would have happened with the West Indies. What would have happened? Jamaica would have ended up having the prime minister of the West Indies like 90% of the time, because based on the population. And there's certain things that we would have, because as I said, when the ferry system was set up, the ferry system was mostly between Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados at the time. So the other 7 countries at the time could have felt left out, you know?
Yeah.
So Jamaica, there's no reason for Jamaica not to be all in, because the population of Jamaica alone is probably more than about 8 of the other Caribbean islands. When you look at Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Jamaica population alone is more than at least 8 other of the islands that were in the West Indies. So, but I don't know. We'll see how it works. But I just don't get the vibes that they're interested.
Well, you know, sometimes we're going like we're big and we both say we're better than. For real. I feel you. I totally feel you on that one. Okay, next up. But yeah, back to the article. So we're talking about Dudu's Coke, Christopher Dudu's Coke, who has been granted early release from prison. And folks, he's not coming out tomorrow, not this year. He'll be coming out. He's scheduled, put it that way. He is scheduled for release on January 25, 2020. 29.
Moments. I think the reason why that came out now is because there were some rumors that he was on the deportation list that's coming out. Is it Wednesday or Thursday? The 55 that's coming out this week.
Uh-huh.
There was some rumor that he was on that flight, but that was only rumor.
That was only rumor. Well,
Yeah, but I don't think he's not staying until 2029. I think he's coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if he come out the end of this year or next year. I think they're going to deport him too. I think so.
all right. Well, let's see. All right. Thank you, James. Moving right along. It's funny you said Montserrat because that's where we're headed for our next article. Montserrat Premier calls for revamp of CARICOM institutions. This article comes to us courtesy of IWNSVG.com. Montserrat Premier Ruben Meade marked his return to the CARICOM summit, saying that the 51-year-old region integration movement, as we know it, is no longer affordable to most of us and does not provide value for money. Meade, who was elected as premier over the British Overseas Territory in November last year, after having bowed out of active politics, serving as the island's first premier between 2011 and 2014, told his regional colleagues that can we truly say that CARICOM works for or is even understood by the man on the bus? Meade, addressing the ceremonial opening of the 48th regular meeting of CARICOM, said there is a need to make decisions and implement them within the agreed timelines. How functional or relevant are some of the institutions of CARICOM? Do we need to do a full review, reduce operational costs, and make CARICOM an agent of change for the peoples of our region? We do have the capacity to perform those reviews with regional resources without external donor funding. Keep it simple. I say the time for making such decisions is now. CARICOM, as we know it, is no longer affordable to most of us, and it does not provide value for money. I urge us all to rethink the institutions to make them more meaningful, and the ones that are no longer relevant, amputate now. Meade, 70, a former chief minister of Montserrat, said that he is hoping that his statements about the regional integration movement is taken in the spirit in which it was made. But truly, our people are asking, why expend these sums on an institution which brings them little or no value for money? So, as we gather as leaders, let us focus on effective and impactful decision making that brings benefits to all our people across the Caribbean community. He said that many years ago, CARICOM leaders had decided to enable Caribbean nationals to have the opportunity of using driver's license or other forms of government issued photo identification for travel within the region. This still has not been put into effect by all our member states. In like manner, a decision was taken to allow CARICOM nationals the use of their national driver's license to drive in any member state. This also has not been made possible by all member states. And I'm going to stick a pin right there because I saw an alert just pop up from Caribbean National Weekly with regard to freedom of movement, which is to begin June 1, sorry. I'm going to just go quickly, jump over to it and mention it. Prime Minister of Barbados and Chairman of CARICOM, Mia Amor Marchley, has announced that the regional body is on the brink of finalizing arrangements that will enable the freedom of movement for CARICOM nationals starting June 1. This major development was one of the key outcomes of the 48th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, which concluded on Friday. Speaking at the closing press conference, attended both in person and online, Motley emphasized that regional leaders had agreed on a mechanism to allow smaller groups of CARICOM member states to implement policies independently rather than requiring full consensus. If that protocol for enhanced cooperation is completely ratified by the end of March, it opens the way for a number of countries to the possibility of freedom of movement for CARICOM nationals from June 1, with according rights of primary and secondary education, emergency health care, and access also to primary health care, Motley explained. She noted that this move is critical for the region, which, except for Haiti, faces a declining and aging population. She urged CARICOM to move beyond the slow, gradual approach to integration and allow willing nations to take the lead in making freedom of movement a reality in 2025. So, what does this mean for CARICOM nationals? Well, for the average CARICOM citizen, this decision means that from June 1, nationals of participating countries will be able to move freely across borders without restrictions. They will have access to essential services such as education and healthcare in these nations, similar to how citizens are treated. This could open new job opportunities, allow families to relocate more easily, and strengthen regional economic ties. CARICOM leaders also discussed improving maritime and air transport, increasing private sector involvement in regional trade, expanding hospitality training programs, and advancing digital transformation in tourism related businesses. Additionally, plans for a CARICOM Educational Transformation Commission were outlined to enhance education standards across the region. With these significant strides toward integration, the vision of a more unified and mobile Caribbean community is closer than ever to becoming a reality. So, James, what you say? Them I listen to it. Who is tuned into Coffee in Tour since 2020 to January?
Yeah, but the thing though, moments like, because I'm following them, right? And as you said that you mentioned Montserrat, um Grenada, the Prime Minister of Grenada too,
Decon
um
Mitchell?
Decon Mitchell expressed skepticism of CARICOM also. And I have to say, like, I would agree with them because it's what 1973 it was established, I think. And the only thing we have to show out of CARICOM is a passport, the CC on your passport, nothing else. Like that is it. If you look up the word failure, look for CARICOM. That is no, that is a failure.
Yeah.
That is like one of the biggest failure ever. And this freedom of movement of people is going to be a disaster.
You think it's going to be a disaster?
Yes,
Why is
yes.
that, James? No, think about it though. It is going to open up opportunities, meaning instead of everybody heading north or heading to Europe, now they can look within the Caribbean to fill positions, to get jobs.
Moments. What is going to happen?
Uh-huh.
Like as if there wasn't tension in the Caribbean already. Like just imagine Jamaican population dumping on like a St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Can you imagine that? 110,000 population, 3 million people trying to get into your
I
country.
don't think that's gonna happen. Honestly, I don't see that happening because you know
It
something. There's a thing called being a patriot, and people love them country. I don't think
mo-
everybody going to get up and
who love their country? Jamaicans?
yeah,
You
man.
ever see the American embassy at 100,000 people a day line up out
But
there?
what? But James, remember, you know, let's go back to an argument that you have maintained and something that I agree, I concur with. You
Mm-hmm.
said the majority of the or let me back up. The number one reason, the main reason why many Jamaicans are lining up at the embassy is not because they really want to leave their country. It is because they're trying to escape the economic oppression
Yeah,
or violence within their communities. But
yeah.
really and truly, at heart, some of them really love their country.
No, I understand that, but the thing is, like, just in my remember the EC, like, the people see the EC dollars as a stronger dollar than the Jamaican dollar, and they want to go to the Eastern Caribbean, and I believe that eventually they should have done this, but I think they are making the wrong move first. the big moves first. I think like what they should focus on first. I think what they should have focused on first is trade, right?
Okay.
In terms of, okay, so Grenada, your thing with your Spice Island, so nutmegs and all that type of stuff. St. Vincent, you're the breadfruit place. So trade within the Caribbean in terms of soap, because everywhere you go in the Caribbean now, at least 70% of what's been consumed is coming from America. That have to change. So develop trade within the Caribbean in terms of provisions and like develop new products and stuff like that across the Caribbean, and other stuff. But I don't think they should fly the gate wide open. Like I understand, like you should be able to apply for jobs and move, and once you get the job, you can move to the wherever the job is. But I don't think you should just be able to get up and just go to someone else's island like that, because it's going to be unbalanced. You're looking at 3 million Jamaicans that have the opportunity, and more Jamaicans are going to be trying to go to other places than the other people are trying to come to Jamaica. So it's going to be very unbalanced.
I hear what you're saying. Do I agree?
Well,
we'll see. Let me see what happened.
No, because remember, like some of the other Caribbean islands already start implementing visas for Jamaican. What do you call them? The Caracou, one of those islands. I can't remember the island. One of those islands just implemented visa for Jamaicans to get there. So yeah, I think it should be open.
Okay.
Like you do, like say you don't have to get a visa or to pay to go there, but I believe there should be some restriction. Like if it's like you can go there, but you have like 6 weeks that you can stay inside the country.
Why not 6 months?
No, because 6 months, 6 weeks, if you're not working. If you're working, then unlimited. You can stay there whatever time. But secure a job and then you can stay there. But without a job, I don't think you should be allowed to go to the Eastern Caribbean for 6 months or unlimited time without a job letter. Once you secure a job letter, then okay. But I just think it's going to be unfair to the smaller islands. That's what I think. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, you know something, I'll tell you something, James. There are a lot of people in the smaller Caribbean islands who want to go to other islands, who want to go to Jamaica. So I don't think we're going to have anything to worry about, but let's see how this unfolds. Let us see what measures are going to be put in place, what parameters are going to be set, what requisites are going to be needed. I don't want to think it's going to be a free for all. But let's see what happens. All right, let us see. Because we talk about one Caribbean, and we talk about the need to work together. And I think this right here is opening up the door. Something else in the article that they're talking about is freedom of movement. Freedom of movement meaning being able to easily access the islands through air travel. It is so expensive. There's an economic hindrance that exists because of the cost factor. Also, there's the economic hindrance when we talk about cost of living in the various islands. To purchase a home, for example, Jamaica, where the average salary for a working person is approximately 25,000 US dollars. When we did the conversion, was it last year when we did our research? But yet you have homes being priced in US dollars to the tune of 250,000 minimum. We talk about rental being ridiculous. Some little place where you see them are rent for 90,000 Jamaican, and excuse my French, it is a lot of the rent is now quoted in US dollars. And the figures you're seeing, $1,800, 1,500 US dollars, 2,000 odd. Who is affording this? Can the regular Jamaican truly afford this? Can another person from another island come and afford it? So we need to talk about cost factor within the country as it relates to cost of living. Why should I be paying 3 times for a box of cereal in Jamaica? That makes sense. You know, so yes, we're talking about opening up the floodgates, so to speak, James. We're making it easier for movement, but let us talk about how conducive it is. All right, that is another important thing to take
Yeah,
into
yeah, but one
consideration.
one of the one of the thing to do, Mom, is like if you go to like say like you go to like when you look at Africa and Asia and some of those areas, like you can you can go to certain places in the world, certain continent, and never touch a US product, like for months. You don't have to have cereal, you don't have to have like waffles or whatever. I believe that, as I said, like in terms of manufacturing in the Caribbean, to go back to what we were like in the 60s and the 70s, and sharing of culture. Like you should be able to get doubles like anywhere in Jamaica, the same way you can get it in Trinidad and Tobago. So in that way, because when you go to other islands and when you go to even Jamaica, you're eating like pancake and you're eating cereal and those are the things that cost like four times than what you would get it for in the supermarket in America. So I think we need to find a way where we integrate as a Caribbean and develop new products, new things that we can add to our diet that we can develop in the Caribbean, so we don't have to buy all of these stuff. Leave these like Cheerios and whatever for the rich people who want in Jamaica who want to buy it. But I believe that if you're in Jamaica, if you're in Barbados, if you're in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we should not be eating American grape. Like it should that should not be in our market. If you want to put it in a big supermarket, that is okay. But Caribbean products should be spreading across the Caribbean, and I think that's where we should start from before we open up the floodgate.
You know, it's interesting that you're saying that because something came to my mind. Intra-regional trade. What currency is used? Why are we using the US dollar for intra-regional trade? Intra or inter, which is the right word to use?
Because if we don't use it, then we'll face an embargo.
But we are working amongst ourselves, just like in Jamaica. We use the one Jamaican currency regardless of what parish you're in. So let us look at the Caribbean as one country. Why
Yeah,
can't we use, just as they're saying, yesterday we had an article where the Grenadian $50 note is accepted throughout the Eastern Caribbean. Why can't we have something similar where we have where we have a currency that we can use amongst ourselves to trade? Just as over there in the Eastern Caribbean, them use the EC dollar amongst all the islands. We don't see the problem. We don't have to trade in US dollars. We can trade we can exchange the EC for Jamaican or Jamaican for EC to do conduct business. Why we have to use the US dollar? Am I making sense? Or no, it's not possible.
yeah. I was listening to this young lady that pull up some document from, I think it was from World War II or so, but apparently America have some document or some agreement between both political parties that countries the US dollar is the only dollar that the world can trade with, and if you go against that, that's like cause for like um if not war, then
But you remember,
sanction.
were you here yesterday? Were you in the space yesterday when we spoke about that
Yeah,
very thing, where it stemmed from the Vietnam War, and it
yeah.
was agreed upon by countries that they would use the US dollar, and at some point they flipped the switch, and the US used it as a bullying tactic.
Yeah, according to this person, something is written. There's a written document, not in the Constitution, American
Mhm,
Constitution, but
mhm.
there's a written document in Parliament that's agreed upon, and that's why you see like Donald Trump saying that if BRICS move towards the currency, then it's going to be a different level, a different thing, because it's something that was agreed upon from like World War II or something like that. So
Interesting you would call his name, because can things be changed based on what he's doing? Can't compare. If every country decide to go with BRICS and use a different currency, excluding the US, and the US stands alone, what can the US do in that case?
yeah, I think now is the best time to do it, right? Because now is the best time to do it.
Yeah, I would, but to get back to the article, I'm thinking regional. And oh, folks, I made sure to check up on myself. I was right. It's intra regional trade because it's within the region. Interregional is when we're talking about two different regions. All right. So I was right. Intra-regional. Sometimes you have to check yourself to make sure you're using the right terminology. But I think this is a starting point. At least they're having the conversation, freedom of movement, and at least they're addressing the fact that there is a cost factor that needs to be dealt with so that we can embrace freedom of movement and make the Caribbean, even if not for living or working, at least we will find it more appealing to do regional tourism, intra-regional tourism, instead of everybody wanting to go to Paris or go to Europe, anywhere in Europe, or go to North America. We say, you know what? Let's jump to a Caribbean island because we can afford it. Yeah. So that.
Yeah, honestly, my only hope, like I'm remaining
Optimistic.
Optimistically, yeah. And the thing is, the only reason why I'm optimistic is because Mia Motley is at the head.
Yes.
And I believe that, but what I'm seeing is like she is the one person, and the 10 or 14 other leaders are like this big heavy rock, and she pushing them up the hill. And hopefully they don't roll back down and crush her. But that's the image that I'm seeing.
Hopefully.
That she's pushing them up the hill. But the passion that she have to Caribbean integration and with Africa also, like that is what gives me hope that she's at the head of it.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Next up, the police officer in custody over M16 rifle. Okay, St. Lucia, what's up? This article, courtesy of St. Lucia Times.com. A male police officer is in custody following the discovery that an M16 rifle was missing from the Gross Islet police station. The Major Crimes Unit of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force arrested the officer during the probe into the missing weapon. The RSLPF said he remains in custody and is assisting with the investigation. An RSLPF statement reminded the public that the investigation is still in its preliminary stages and the organization is committed to providing additional information as the probe progresses. All right, so let's not cast any judgment yet. Next up, according to St. Vincent Times, U.S. developer eyes Mustique-like destination on Meru. Well, go on, yes, now we can talk about this one. Camera. Oh, by the way, James, have you seen what's his name? Latest video. Wodemeyer. Have you seen his latest?
In Grenada?
No, man, in South Africa.
Oh yeah. I saw
That
South
out.
African one.
And give me some insight. Let me put it that way. And I found it very interesting. Very interesting. But
yeah, I have to watch it through. I didn't watch it through, but I
all right, when you watch it, we'll talk.
Yeah.
When you watch it, we'll talk. Yeah, man. All right. So Cameron Mohsenin, a US developer and the founder of Windward Properties, is engaged in the creation of a contemporary island community on Meru in the southern Grenadines. The Windward Properties website articulates that they have commenced pre-opening sales for their opulent beachfront bungalows, which are ideally situated on Meru's Windward Beach. During a discussion with API, he expressed that his enterprise is in the process of developing an entertainment center in Paradise, the sole resort within the Tobago Keys Marine Park. Currently, we possess 3.4 acres of land with plans to develop up to 15 contemporary bungalows. In the light of the elevated cost of living in this region, our intention is to ensure accessibility by setting room rates between $300 and $400. He also indicated that they would be establishing a 2,000 square foot vertical farm for the visitors arriving from the US. We are exploring the concept of elevated dining that emphasizes the journey of food from farm to table and sea to table. Our focus is significantly on culinary experience. The projected investment, as articulated, when fully realized and excluding land costs, is anticipated to be in the vicinity of US $4 million, a figure deemed reasonable for the undertaking. During the API interview, he expressed gratitude towards the government for its concessions and indicated his intention to promote increased investment in Meru. He stated that upon completion of the resort in approximately a month, employment is expected to range between 50 to 60 individuals, and it will be promoted under the brand name Windward Meru. Mohsinin asserted that St. Vincent stands out as the most conducive environment for business, particularly when contrasted with San Francisco, where the wait for a building permit extends to 3 years. All right. So it doesn't say if the 50 to 60 individuals are going to be all locals. We don't know. Yeah. And when I saw this article, I remembered Wodemeyer, and that's why I brought it up, James. That's why I brought it up. All right, so remember, watch it and then let me know what you think. All right, next up, oilnow.gy is reporting this next article. Suriname is offering its expertise to support Guyana's hydropower project, highlighting its experience in renewable energy. And let me go ahead and pin this one over here. Now, we have a lot of hydro. That's according to the managing director, and said that Suriname is ready to collaborate and share its knowledge. Okay, he noted that while Suriname's hydropower capacity spans 1,500 square meters per megawatt, Guyana's project at 30 square meters per megawatt could generate a similar amount of energy, and that's a good project. Jagisar stressed the need for cooperation. It's not been very beneficial to duplicate capital in both markets. Eventually, we need to sit, especially with the gas and bauxite project and the downstream of the gas, and see what we can do. Suriname has studied regional energy solutions for years. A lot of documents have been introduced by the Inter-American Development Bank and the World Bank. These studies have recognized hydropower as a key energy source for northern Brazil and the Guyanas. Excuse me. I agree here. He emphasized that large projects like this require collaboration. We would like to join and add our experience. And this made sense. Instead of fighting against each other or everyone trying to do their own thing independently, if you are in an area, where it suits everyone pulling together, working as a team, working as a unit, so all parties involved are benefiting, I think that's best. Moving as one, so not that I'm in favor of the IDB and the World Bank, not fans of them, but if you must have them involved, you approach them as a unit and you share the cost, the expense, whatever. Everything is shared up. And that way you're able to advance more quickly and pass on savings to your citizens who stand to benefit. I like that idea. Working together versus working individually. Every time I see things like this, I remember the scene from that movie with Nia Long, Vanessa Williams, and all of them, Big Mama's house. And, she was talking about how if you ball up your fist, you can strike a mighty blow because you're stronger together. Yeah, that's what I remember. And this is what we need to see more of: collaboration, working together for the benefit of all parties. All right. Okay. Next up, when America sneezes, the Caribbean catches a cold. Oh boy, and this is in our Compa Me Veranda Make We Talk segment in the Caribbean Corner. This is just a furtherance of the conversation we've been having this morning based on the other articles that were highlighted. So let's go ahead and get into this one. OneNewsSt.Vincent.com. I think CARICOM's leader's decision to introduce legislation to categorize criminal gangs as a terrorist organization is injudicious. Those in power must refrain from labeling everything as terrorism. They do so because the world is almost used universally as a pejorative term. But designating criminal gangs as a terrorist organization will undoubtedly create confusion academically, legally, and conceptually. This is because terrorism must involve a political dimension, a clear political objective. Therefore, in any reference regarding definitional or conceptual understanding of terrorism, I think distinguished scholar and expert on terrorism, Professor Richard English, definition from his 2009 book titled Terrorism: How to Respond perfectly captures what acts of violence and non-violent acts can be classified as terrorism. A definition I refined in my book, Stakeholders of Terrorism and the Caribbean, a short case study in which I defined terrorism as violence or threats employed with political objectives, including a myriad of acts of targets and of actors that holds a significant psychological dimension, resulting in terror or fear among an intimidated group to garner political communication or achievements, which is best viewed as subspecies of warfare, and therefore it can form part of a wider campaign of violent and non-violent attempts at political leverage. I'm laughing because I'm thinking about what I said earlier. Accountability. The powers that be, our leaders. So when we're going to go to a CARICOM meeting, a group meeting, and be quick to put the label terrorism. Wow, it's good to see that others are thinking along those lines. But let's keep going. Go ahead, James. Go right ahead.
Yeah, and the thing, yeah, because instead of doing stuff like that, because one thing too, they can't sit down in the US and wait for help because it's obvious that they're not going to get help. If Joe Biden administration wasn't willing to help, Donald Trump is not going to do anything. And yeah, this whole terrorism thing now, you know, what incentive do you get from calling these drug dealers terrorists, you know? Because remember, like, Donald Trump idea is that if you call them terrorists, then we can bomb them. You know, that's
What
his
is
whole idea. We can
Adesoji's favorite word, manufacturing consent. Yeah.
yeah, we
Yeah.
can we can have airstrike. But the thing is, one of the thing, because back in the days when I was young, we used to have like an active navy. I don't think we have a navy anymore, and that is something that CARICOM could benefit from. So that's what I'm saying. Like, move on things that would benefit us. Like, take care of the major problems first. The major problem is food insecurity and is guns coming in, and a lot of them allegedly they're coming on the ocean. So instead of Jamaica don't need a JDF, why do we need a JDF? We're not gonna worry that anybody. Like, Grenada don't need a JDF. Trinidad, well, our defense force, Trinidad. So just merge them together and create like a Caribbean thing and send them to go secure. Like, we need a bigger navy. That's what we need to patrol the
Should we
ocean.
have an intra-regional navy where all the islands come together, put up resources to patrol?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that failed with the West Indies, because that was a part of the West Indies also, and everything just crashed, right?
Yeah.
Because the thing is that not just the importance of the Navy is not just to protect guns from coming in, but you can't have a regional ferry system, a effective regional ferry system, if you don't have a navy. You have to have a navy before you can have a regional ferry system, because accidents happen. You know, I remember when we used to take the ferry downtown to go Portmore and to go Port Royal, and one of the ferries sink. Stuff like that happen, and you need a coast guard that can, you know, be quick if anything happened to one of the ferries. So yeah, if we're gonna have regional travel with ferry system, we need a coast guard. So they need to address those things before we can address the other stuff.
I agree. So let's go a little further in the article. As egregious and devilish as the recent spike in gun violence, resulting in the high homicide rates across the Caribbean may be, I think there are more appropriate labels to classify them, as opposed to calling them an act of terrorism. To designate criminal gangs as terrorist organizations will be incongruous with exiting literature on the subject matter. For the sake of reiteration, terrorism typically involves a political objective. Although no single dimension or factor is sufficient in isolation in offering a holistic explanation of terrorism, most experts or scholars agree that political context is a vital component to the understanding and explanation of terrorism. To create legislation to categorize criminal gangs as terrorist organizations is to place them in the same category with infamous transnational terrorist organizations, like, for example, Al Qaeda. Yet, even Al Qaeda use of terroristic violence is not merely to gain a tactical advantage or engage with the enemy in attritional warfare. Rather, it is to achieve a political goal. General Sir Mike Jackson, head of the British Army during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, candidly observed Al Qaeda's end is not terrorism. That is their way of applying the means of violence. Its end is the political one of achieving the ascendancy of Islamic fundamentalism. Even the Caribbean can learn from its own terrorist history. In 1990, Yassin Abu Bakr and a small religious group sought to overthrow the government of Trinidad and Tobago in a brief attempted coup on the 27th of July, 1990, which involved holding the Trinidad government hostage for approximately 6 days before surrendering. At the time, Yassin perceived Trinidad to be a sort of dystopian society, an unjust society that was morally corrupted and being led by evil men. And thus, it was his solemn duty to charter a new national direction inspired by the will of Allah. In 1972, the governments of Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago had established diplomatic relations with Cuba, and the countries also entered into a joint air services agreement together to America's disapproval and in defiance of an Organization of American States sanction. And it was also met with outrage from anti Castro forces, Phillips 1990. On October 6, 1976, in retaliation, a Cubana Airlines civil jet liner en route on a scheduled flight from Guyana to Havana via Trinidad, Barbados, and Jamaica exploded and crashed in the sea approximately 10 minutes after departure from the Grantley Adams International Airport, then called Sewell in Barbados, as a result of bombs planted aboard by two members of the Koru, which is an anti-Castro terrorist group codenamed El Condor. The terrorist attack resulted in 78 people being killed and introduced the Caribbean nations to the politics of the Cold War. Again, emphasizing the importance of political dimension in any conversation regarding terrorism. So, can we agree then with Dr. Andrew Holness wanting to call the gangs across the Caribbean terrorists based on this piece that we're presented with, where it seemed, or it would seem, that when you talk about terrorists and terrorism, it's usually aligned with politics, political change. Based on this, I think they will have to scale back on the speech or scale back on the terminology that is used, how we classify groups of people. Typically, criminal gangs, would you say they are formed as a means of survival? Trying to send a message? I don't know. How they usually start?
But
Out of survival?
yeah, but the thing is, if the prime minister is going to go with that retroactively, then the what happened in the 80s would be act of terrorism, right?
Indeed.
with
Indeed.
both parties.
Because politics was involved.
Yep.
Going back to the article,
Yep.
that
Politics was
was
involved.
right where do the political affiliation?
Yeah, because back in the 80s, everything, all of those crimes were political. They were not like people fighting. It was not drug related or whatever. It was political, 100% political. So they're gonna have to retroactively like dubbed the two party as terrorist organization.
So interesting, James. At the end of this article, interesting because I just scanned it. I didn't read it in its entirety because it's a long read. But just scanning down, listen to this, James. Listen to this. Listen to this part. Lastly, all stakeholders, government, lawmakers, private sector, NGOs, and citizens must support our police forces who risk their lives engaging in combat operations against violent criminals who are destroying our communities, ruining lives, terrorizing, no pun intended, our streets, and causing calamitous damage to our region's international reputation as a peaceful, warm, and friendly tourism destination, a destination to live in harmony and invest. So I was not as emphatic, I was not as eloquent, but this kind of expand on what I was saying. All hands on deck if we're going to repair the situation within our region. Am I wrong
Yeah,
or am I right?
yeah. I think the prime minister is probably like a mouthpiece for Trump, because remember if you Google the last image, him stand up right beside Trump wife, look like him at hold her hand. So,
You know,
so
you're gonna behave yourself. You
no,
are going to behave
honestly,
yourself.
like I'm willing to put down some money, maybe $1,000, 1,000 Canadian, about what, 100 US dollars.
You know what, James?
Yeah,
Go and go
like
sit on one side.
I'm willing to put down some money that Donald Trump is going to meet with Andrew Holness sometime this year. I'm willing to put down some money
You've been
this year or
saying
next
that.
year.
I mean, me if you say nah, and the
It's
reason I
going
say it's
moments. It is
James,
going to happen.
let me
Trust
put
me,
him make
it
better
is going to
$5.
happen.
You know what? My thing is, and I remember saying, I think he'd be more inclined to meet with Ghana versus Jamaica, all because of resources. If there is no benefit to be had, if he doesn't see,
Moments. Me, I don't know. Say all the Jamaica already. Donald Trump know that. Donald Trump know that. Like which the British. Do you think a British company? Do you think a British company are gonna spend millions of dollars in exploration for nothing?
shh, take time, talk.
Trust me, Donald Trump know already. So I think they're gonna meet.
Okay, maybe put $5 on it. Let me see what. But it was so interesting to see this article, and it's the stitching together of the various articles today and yesterday. So there is a genuine concern with what is happening across the region. Granted, differing opinions as to how the situation can be addressed and can be solved. Right. So um what I don't want is for CARICOM leaders to walk away, although the session ended on Friday, but don't walk away with holding on to the idea that we should label our gangs as terrorists. Their behavior may come across as terrorist like. However, if the study reveals that the behavior is not politically inclined or there's no political affiliation, you cannot label it as a terroristic behavior. We can't do that. But we have to address it. We have to identify the root cause. We have to call out the parties who are responsible for inducing, introducing, and the carrying on of the behavior. And it again, all hands on deck from the top to the bottom. Go ahead, James, and
Yeah,
then
well,
we move on.
one of the things that I've observed too, because I look at everything. Mia Motley and Ralph Gonzalez, those two prime ministers, right? A lot of times I've listened to plenty of speech with them. They make reference to Jamaica a lot, but whenever they make reference to Jamaica, they talk about the Michael Mann, the government. So I believe that when you look at the people that are invited to sit down with Trump or any other American president, just take a note that those people, the Manleyites, the people, and not just Michael Manley, but the people that stand with Cuba, because Mia Motley, she stand with Cuba. Every time she open her mouth, she talk about Cuba needs to be the embargo needs to be lifted. Um, Ralph Gonzalez, there's a Fidel Castro big picture at the airport in St. Vincent. So he has a lot of admiration for Fidel Castro. So those two people you would never see in a meeting with Donald Trump.
All right, thank you, James. And our final article, I am incorporating it in the Caribbean corner. Why? Because she is Guyanese American. So let us give some recognition to Joy Reid. Guyanese American MSNBC host Joy Reid has left the network. MSNBC's new president made the announcement in a memo to staff on Monday, marking the end of the Readout, her primetime show that has been a fixture of the network's evening programming since 2020. Reid, a progressive political analyst and veteran broadcast journalist, has spent the past 4 years using her 7 p.m. slot to conduct in depth interviews with politicians and newsmakers while tackling pressing political and social issues, particularly those at the intersections of race, culture, and justice. In the coming weeks, rotating anchors will fill Reid's hour, according to the staff memo. Simone Sanders Townsend, Michael Steele, and Alicia Menendez, currently hosts of The Weekend on MSNBC, will later take over the 7 p.m. slot with a new ensemble news program. Reid addressed her departure on social media, thanking supporters for their messages of encouragement. She said, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has reached out with kindness and encouragement, both personally and in the social media streets. She added that she was so very proud of the Readout team. On Sunday, she joined a live discussion with Win with Black Women on YouTube, revealing that Monday's broadcast would be her final show. Reid shared that she had experienced a range of emotions, including anger and disappointment, but ultimately landed on gratitude. My show had value, she said, reflecting on the topics her team covered daily. Whether it was the Black Lives Matter issues or talking about Gaza and the fact that we, as the American people, have a right to object to little babies being bombed, I'm not sorry that I stood up for those things. Reid's impact on journalism has been widely recognized. Just this past weekend, she received two NAACP Image Awards, one for the Readout as an outstanding news series, and another for outstanding literary work for her biography, Medgar and Marley, Medgar Evers, and the love story that awakened America. Born to a Guyanese mother and a Congolese father, Reid has often spoken about how her Caribbean roots shaped her perspective. In a 2024 interview on NPR's Fresh Air, she shared that with her father absent, she and her siblings grew up in a distinctly Caribbean household, an experience that influenced both her work and worldview, especially as it relates to race. My Caribbean cousins would come and stay with us every summer, and we were sort of like our own, she said. Reid also said that her mother, who died of breast cancer when she was 17, faced racism upon moving to America. In 2020, Reed shared her support for the Crown Act when Broward became the first in the state of Florida to ban racially based hair discrimination. While Joy Reid's future plans remain unclear, her voice and presence in political media have left a lasting imprint.
Happy Monday, everyone. And we begin tonight with what I think is the question. When you are in the midst of a crisis, and specifically a crisis of democracy, how do you resist? When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here. So what, if anything, can you do about it? Well, for one thing, you can try to learn from history, from what people in this situation in countries around the world and in America have done before. As my friend Rachel Maddow always says, history is here to help. America hasn't always been a free country for everyone, and we've had resistance movements from day one. From enslaved people fighting their captivity. Shout out to Harriet Tubman, who was a 92%er before 92%ing was cool. And even taking up arms during the Civil War. To the women's movement and the workers' rights movement and the Stonewall gay rights movement. They've all been versions of the fight to make this a free country for everyone and to have a true multiracial democracy.
So they're running through some slides here. Let's see if they'll continue. Okay, so that's not the full one. I thought that was the full one that I had pulled up. Because, what we wanted, I wanted the full one. Let's see if this is it. I think.
Happy Monday, everyone.
I'm sorry to start over.
With what I think is the question. When you are in the midst of a crisis, and specifically a crisis of democracy, how do you resist? When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here. So what, if anything, can you do about it? Well, for one thing, you can try to learn from history, from what people in this situation in countries around the world and in America have done before. As my friend Rachel Maddow always says, history is here to help. America hasn't always been a free country for everyone, and we've had resistance movements from day one. From enslaved people fighting their captivity. Shout out to Harriet Tubman, who was a 92%er before 92%ing was cool. And even taking up arms during the Civil War. To the women's movement and the workers' rights movement and the Stonewall gay rights movement. They've all been versions of the fight to make this a free country for everyone and to have a true multiracial democracy.
So I think they have all cut it. It looks as though the different media outlets, and this one is coming from a station in Australia. This piece here, so they have all done the same thing. So do I have to go to TikTok? Because I watched it last night, and I enjoyed her opening piece. I absolutely enjoyed it. Very profound. What I will say this. I don't know if it's anybody else here watched it. Let me know. I don't know if it's just me, but I found that once the opening piece was done and there was the incorporation of other persons, coming into the show, it seemed rushed to me. It seems as though they were hurrying the show along. No, I wanted it to be slowed down so that we could grasp everything that was being said. Because what she was saying was impactful, meaningful. But I get it. I get it. Go ahead, Adesoji. Go ahead. Let me find the other piece. Go ahead. Are you giving me the thinking emojis? I know You are, yeah, yeah. Go
No,
ahead.
no, no. Because whilst people were, while she was saying her piece, essentially saying the reason why she's leaving.
Did you watch it
Uh,
live?
no, I didn't watch it
Okay,
live.
okay.
Yeah. So, what she was saying, why she was giving the reasons why she was leaving, it must also be, people must also remember. And the same night, you know who else was leaving?
Wasn't there another black
Lester Holt. Lester
yes.
Holt.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, the news anchors are going. So, and you know what happens with news anchors? News anchors are usually people you develop a sense of trust with.
Mhm.
So if you don't have a sense of trust with the person casting the news, there's there's an element of doubt that is cast in said news that is coming at you. And as a result, now you have a crisis of confidence when it comes to information. Let me call you back.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. We're being silenced. And silenced in every way. Media, in the workplace, in government. You know, I thought about government workers, federal workers, and I'm like, hold on a second. And this came to my mind. Was it yesterday? I said, hold on. Every government building that I have been in, whether it was when I was living in Georgia or living here in South Florida, every government building, the workers are predominantly people of color. Am I wrong or am I right?
You have a point, yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I was wondering, no, am I dreaming? And I didn't want to make any assumptions because I said I don't have my facts. I know there are government workers all over the country in various communities, communities that have stronger ethnicities or more groupings of particular ethnicities over others. But I said, when you go into the courthouses, you see a lot of people of color. When you go into federal buildings, it's a lot of people of color. And I'm like, hold on. Could this be the reason why they're, in addition to the groups being targeted, being the bodies that somehow had some pushback where Elon Musk is concerned? Besides that, it's people of color primarily who are being stripped of their positions. Hmm.
There's there's partial truth to that because obviously following the affirmative action, people did, enroll with working with the government. But I think we might be looking at the wrong problem.
Okay.
Because Project 2025 was clear about the gutting of the federal government apparatus. It was clear. I mean, if you go into it, I think it's chapter 4. Yeah, chapter 4.
Boy, you remember the chapter to me?
Listen, it's 922 pages. It's funny that the USAID came first because USAID technically was supposed to, what they did was they started from the inside out. So the idea that the USAID came up for chopping, and it wasn't even the USAID that was supposed to go first. It was actually the CIA. Yes. So, it's all there. It's written in black. So when they're doing all these things, oh, we don't know. No, this guy told you. They gave you a roadmap, 922 pages of roadmap. They gave you and the thing is still online for you to download. So that when you go there now and you see the next thing, you know what they're talking about. FEMA, the cutting of FEMA, the cutting of social, what's it called? Medicaid, the sourcing of Medicare, the rollback of Obamacare. It's all in there. This thing is not rocket science. It's not like somebody's reading the tea leaves. No, They wrote it down. They were
And
so
now we're
brilliant.
acting surprised, right?
Exactly. So
Go
again,
figure.
whose fault is it? You know, we've all grown the attention span of a gnat to the point where, and they're using it against us. You know, they're using it against us. And so they've caught the national park rangers. It's in there. They've got it. What else did they got? They were going to go into the IRS. It was in there. It's in there. It's in there. 922 pages. Okay, so here's another thing. If you can't read the 922 pages, if you download it as PDF, put in USAID, you will see the number of searches and just click on it. So every time you click on that number, it will show up everywhere that that word comes up. So you can read around it. Trump comes up in that document around 527
No,
times.
because it can't be, because he doesn't know anything about it. He didn't know anything about it.
Exactly. You know, the what was it? Oh yeah, there was another one that was funny that he did. That when they were saying about the Kennedy Center, it's all in there. Culture. The idea that everything we do, the only thing that is not in there, I'll give you this. The only thing that is not, it's the muskrats. Elon Musk and his cohorts running around. No, that's the only thing. Because because I read that's the only thing that is not in there. That's the only thing that, but everything he's going after is in there. But him as a person, as an idea, or whatever, Doge was not in there. There was nothing like Doge. That's just somebody cobbling up stupid stuff together. But all the Project 2025 guys that were going to be part of Trump's administration, they're already in place. Are you?
So apparently, okay, so I'm seeing here that Mado, Lawrence, and Nicole on Doge facing backlash from everyday Americans. So, and this was a part of the show last night. Let's take a quick listen.
I want to bring in my pals, Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace.
Oh, and let me tell you something. Much respect to Rachel, because she said what she said in support of Joy. In support of Joy. But before I play this, I'm going to ask Americans, people of color, support people from day one. So show up for people from day one. Yes, show up. Show up, support, and show out for them. Do not wait until something egregious happens. And then that is when we want to gather and round up the troops. We have to get in the habit of showing up and supporting consistently. And let me go ahead and hit play.
Lawrence O'Donnell. It's exactly like the specials, except I can't ask Maddow for cocktail tips when she's trying to write 8,000 words of copy. And I'm like, well, can't you just tell me one thing about the cocktails? No, I have to write this copy. Thank you all for being here. Let's talk about this, because I wanted you guys to be here with me, because you are my comrades in arms in covering this insane moment that we're in when it comes to what is happening in our country. I want to start with you, Rachel. I would love for you to give our audience just your take, your tips. What do you think people can be doing right now that's effective?
Well, first I want to say that I love you, Joy.
I love
and
you.
that I am bereft that the readout is ending. I just can't even, I sort of can't get beyond that. So I want to say that, but that is also part of what I think I have to say to the country about this moment, which is find people who you respect and trust and love and make common cause with them and help yourself by learning from them and help them by standing up for them. And I think we have tried to do that. And I think that in important ways we have failed, but I think it's still the right thing to try to do. And so whether that means, joining something locally, or whether that means making some sort of more unofficial common cause with the people in your life who you respect and who you think are people you can depend on, like I feel about you, you gotta join forces. We can, none of us can do this alone. And being atomized and dislocated and picked off one by one is a strategy of the other side, and we need to stick together.
Indeed. And when you're hearing Rachel say that, know that no one fights for us harder in this company than Rachel Maddow. And when I tell you she is our fearless leader, we mean it. And she is our super friend. We love her so much. And let me go to my other, speaking of super friends, when y'all watch on the special, the person that says exactly what I was going to say, making me have to think of a whole different thing to say, because she thinks she's like so brilliant, but I'm just literally so in awe of just your history, your ability, your political acumen. Nicole Wallace, my good sister, tell me what you, in your brilliant self, believe people can do.
Well, I'm going to break the rules the way Rachel broke the rules and tell you that I love you. That the happiest times I've had, not just at MSNBC, but ever being on television.
Ads. Come on. You're breaking up my flow here. All right. I can't even skip through this one. They're not allowing us to skip through. Okay, here we go. We're back.
No offense, Lawrence. We love having you there too.
We love Lawrence.
And that I think that I thought that things like that on TV couldn't be real, but that the friendships that have sustained me have been with both of you. And I am, it's like losing a limb, the thought of doing those nights without you. Your strength and your fearlessness is the answer to the question I think you're getting at with both of us. And I think that my reaction to the end of the readout and your departure is despair. And the only thing that chips away at that for me is that despair is the autocrat's tool. It's their most effective weapon. It costs nothing. It's easy to deploy. It's contagious. And then it puts in motion all the actions they want: hopelessness, isolation, exasperation, giving up. Yeah. And so the only reason I will not wallow in what I feel about you leaving is because I think that's what they want. And so I don't think there can be artificial joy and gaslighting about sort of breaking up the pro-democracy side. I think it has to be, I think we have to be real with ourselves and with each other. But I do think I'm so intrigued and sort of I feel the stirrings in everything you've been covering tonight. The answer to this moment is not going to come from a perfect ad being cut by a brilliant ad maker and put on the air for the perfect candidate that comes out of a lab. It's just, that's not how we're going to save ourselves. And I think waiting for someone to save us is kind of how we got here. We have to save ourselves. We as a country have to decide that Elon Musk getting, I don't even know what the word is. He's already the richest person in the world, richer than the richest person, to ever exist. I don't even know what the goal is. But I think that turning this over to the country and saying, you may think this is what you wanted, but this is not who we are.
Yeah, indeed. And I think people are getting there. And Lawrence, I want to bring you in because, and again, I keep going back to the special because literally it's like a little party. We're like a girl group, but we let one guy or two hang around. Hayes gets to hang around, but we love our Lawrence. Lawrence is literally the guy that we're all sitting there waiting. What in the world is Lawrence going to say? Because we're going to be like, that's it. We got it. We understand it. So do that for us now, Lawrence. Just solve all of these democracy problems for us now. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is the greatest honor lineup I've ever been in. So let me just start with that. An honor to be in this lineup. And Joy, I'm going to skip the love stuff because we did that on Saturday.
It's true.
I put it in writing in that first text when I said, Okay, so you have that. And writing's forever, so you have it. So,
y'all don't realize we literally text and call each other. Like, it's really wild. But anyway, please, Lawrence, please continue.
so I want to turn to this wonderful book by Joanne Reed, Medgar and Murley. No, seriously, this is important, and it's to the answer of what we're talking about here, because right in the middle of it, on page 194, there is this. This is the decisive battleground for America. Now that really feels like something someone said 5 minutes ago or any time in this year. That's 1964. That's a 24-year-old guy named Michael Schwerner, who is going to be murdered that year after he says that, because he has decided in 1964 that what he's going to do is leave the safety of his home in the North and go to Mississippi, the most dangerous place in America, and go down there as a civil rights worker trying to help people register to vote. That was his choice. There were other people who couldn't do that. People his age who, never leaving their neighborhoods or their towns in the North and elsewhere around the country, tried to fight the same fight, tried to do what they could do. There were people who decided that what they would do is vote, that they were on the side of the righteous, but all they could do is vote. But every one of those people made some kind of decision in the face of something that was.
As an owner of Walton Goggins goggle glass.
As he's saying that, I'm waiting for this ad, which we can't. Okay, yeah, we can skip this one. All right, here we go.
Hopeless in 1964. It looked in 1964 that if you think you're going to work to get black people the right to vote in Mississippi, you are going to be dead and no one's going to get the right to vote. And in the end, he won. He won in death. He won from the grave. And that choice is there for everybody all the time. And there's another thing that comes to mind, Joy, and I'll shut up, and that is Walter Lippmann, when he went to his 30th class, Harvard class anniversary, which I know is a distant thing for you. Your Harvard class, your 30th reunion isn't coming for a long time. But Lippmann said to his Harvard class in 1940, before the United States is into World War II, but World War II is underway, that they now had no choice. There was no choice. They couldn't take anything for granted. They had to join this fight against fascism. They had to join it because there was no way you could sit back and choose to do nothing. He didn't tell them what to do. He didn't say you should join the army or anything. He just said, you absolutely must now be committed with every bit of strength you have, again, against something that seemed hopeless. I mean, Germany was just raging across Europe then. Mm-hmm. It looks like there was going to be a winner, and it was going to be Hitler. And so these dark hours have demanded things of people that they have risen to in the past. And there's no reason why people can't find their own spot. Michael Schwerner didn't join a political campaign. He didn't need a leader to tell him what to do. He just did it. He just got on that bus and he went to Mississippi. He just did it. And everyone can just do it.
Yeah, amen. And Rachel, I mean, that is so powerful because, I like to steal good ideas and I give people credit for them, but you're the one who said history is here to help. I mean, it just actually is, and you and I are both obsessed.
And I'm going to pause right there. History is here to help. But I want to go back to Bob Marley for a second, who, besides being a musician, he was also a philosopher and an advocate who was committed to improving lives. His message was that of love, unity, and brotherhood, and it transcended social, political, and racial divisions. And of course, you can't help but think about Joanne Reed. But I also want to go back again to Bob Marley and something he said, and it's something that has been played over and over and over again when you listen to interviews, when they ask him about his life. And the essence of it is pretty much live for yourself and you will live in vain. Live for others and you will live again. Live fully by realizing that you are important to someone and be there for them. And that quote right there speaks to the extraction from the book that Lawrence just read on that page. We have to move away from selfish gain. We have to think community, and that is the only way that we're going to really be effective and be serving or living in her full purpose. She did what she could with the platform that she was afforded. She did what she could with the platform she was afforded. She stayed true to herself, raising awareness, having those conversations, not shying away from them, the necessary conversations. At no time ever was she disrespectful. No. For me at least, her platform was one, to educate. If you wanted to be educated, it was an opportunity for you to put aside your discriminations, your prejudices, put them aside and listen and learn. And history is relevant. It's not that you're going to live in the past, but without understanding how the past has influenced the present and how it will influence the future. We cannot ignore past, and we cannot ignore the truthful past. Not the past that you want me to believe, or the past that sounds more palatable, or the past that is more comfortable. No. In its true essence, in its true form, in its true rawness. Some of it hard to swallow, some of it more palatable. I get it, but it is the past regardless. And we stand to learn from it so that we can do better, be better. And she stood for those things, and I appreciate her for that, right? As I said, I was not an MSNBC watcher, but I did watch her on YouTube. I did watch her on Instagram, on her clips, and so on and so forth. And she has been influential. She is powerful. Powerful to the point that she has to be silenced. And what's interesting is that her, Rachel, Nicole, and Lawrence said nothing on the show last night that is a lie. They spoke on what is going on right now in the present, while reminding us of what has happened in the past, and pretty much saying you have a choice. You have a choice. What is your choice going to be? What is your choice going to be? Are you going to accept and have a repetition, or are you going to demand change? A change for the better. Saw a billboard sign being put up somewhere in Europe. 0 to 1939, Tesla. That was, some people's way of protesting Elon Musk and what he's doing. For us here in the U.S., we don't even, I don't know, we don't even seem to, are we not grasping the depth of what's going on? Because here, everyday Americans are pushing back on the conversation about Doge and what was said last night. Now, I don't have a problem with a body wanting to make sure that we're operating efficiently and seeing to it that leaks are plugged. I don't have a problem with that. But this is not what this is. This is not what this is. It is going against what we expected, the expectation. So why are they pushing back? And you know who is pushing back? The people who stand to lose the most. Red states. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
I mean, you point out a very poignant one. The reason why they're pushing back is because they assume it's going to hurt the people they don't like, not knowing that, you've got your leg in the trap and you're about to snap the trap shut. Guess who's going to yelp with pain? You.
Mm-hmm.
You. Because let me even drop one other thing that I noticed. They're canceling Medicaid and Social Security. Who are the majority of the boomers? Oh man, some people, man. Okay, listen. They're gonna find out the hard way. I mean, this is not even effing around and finding out. They're already finding out. Because if you don't have, if there is no way of you getting the required help, you're literally going to die in silence. And the worst part is, it's going to be self-inflicted. That's it. Are you?
Yeah, self-inflicted indeed. But as we said last year after the election, there were two things on the ballot, right? Hate and humanity.
Facts.
That
Yeah.
was it. Point
Yeah.
blank. Hate and humanity. And we voted for hate. We voted with hate in our hearts, not for humanity. And yes, interestingly enough, if you go on social media, I'm seeing the videos, and I'm trying to remain neutral. And I'm trying not to say, well, serve you right. I really am trying. It's hard. It's really hard. But
No,
I'm
you
trying.
gotta say with your full chest, I told you so. Listen, this is not the time to be, it's one thing for you to say, oh, maybe you didn't know. You were told, it was put in front of you, it was screamed from the rooftops, people shouted at you with bullhorns. Nah, sorry. You don't get to, nah. I told you so.
Have you seen the videos where the supporters, their supporters, are being dragged out by their own people because they're pushing back now. They're like, this is not what we wanted. And the woman is being manhandled, literally, and dragged out.
I wish I could be sorry for them, but I am not.
And then they're asking Adesoji, where are the Black women? And of course, there are the videos saying, yes, there are videos saying we should have listened to the Black women.
Oh, well, sorry about that then. Sorry.
I empathize. I truly empathize. Because nobody wants to see their elderly going through pain and discomfort.
There's a reason you said something earlier that history is when those four sat together yesterday. They talked about history then and history now, right? Mm-hmm. Their grandmothers were they would have been in their 20s or 30s during the civil rights movement. Yeah?
Yeah.
Their kids are age mates. So you don't get two generations being stupid. I'm sorry. You don't get that luxury. No. If grandma is going to go through pain, unfortunately from grandma, she didn't quite learn anything growing up. So, tough. I yield.
But you know what? There's victory on the horizon for Joyanne Reed. She's gonna be phenomenal.
Listen, if any, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If anything, it's the unshackling that is the freedom. Look at Don Lemon. Look at Mediante. Look at Jim Acosta. So, come on, come into the fray. It's a big tent. Exactly. It's a big tent.
Independent media, and this is why I tell you, you've heard me say this, Adesoji.
Yeah,
it is going to be a struggle for me because nobody can buy me out. Nobody is going to bamboozle me with $1. I am not for sale, and I am not one to take advantage of somebody's circumstances to pounce. That's just not who I am.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be offered. In the last couple of months, you've gotten some, can I say, interesting mail in my email account. And when I read it, I'm like, you must think I'm very stupid. I saw you coming from a mile away. And the answer would be no.
No, thank you.
Exactly, no.
No, no thank you. No, thank you.
One thing is, I don't want to have a conversation with someone I don't want to have a conversation with. I don't care whatever it is you're bringing. If I don't think it's true, if I don't think it's of value to me or to my audience, I'm not entertaining it. So you could write you could write with the most eloquence ever, and you're still not going to buy it.
Pulitzer Prize writing?
Listen, you write in calligraphy if you want to, with all the feathers in the world, and sprinkle with some talcum powder and blow it into there, so that the ink dries. No, it's a no.
No. You have to have a spine, and you have to be willing to be different. Nothing is wrong with that.
Of course, because what they want is, okay, you've tanked out all the major players, all the major, all the major talking heads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So what you now left is the likes of CNN, the likes of, the likes of CNN, the likes of, what's that one? CNN, MSNBC, and NBC, right? And CBS.
Mm-hmm.
So now all you have there is shells. But the people are no longer listening to the shells. They listen to people that look like them. And again, what's his name? Rachel Maddow said it there. Align yourself with people you trust, like people you can learn from.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Thank you for being a part of Coffee and Joe.
No, listen, the pleasure is all mine. My people say, there's an old Yoruba saying, which is which is it takes the right and the left hand to wash each other for them to get clean.
Yes.
That is how the world should operate.
Yeah.
You're not an island.
No,
if you think you are, you would immediately, again, my people would say, which is the river that forgets its source. What you will do, it will dry up.
It will dry up indeed.
That's it. So as long as you're aware of all of that, and then you stick on the right path, you're true to what truth is, regardless of, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
We will be fine.
I yield.
The days of legacy media are coming to an end, Adesoji. Slowly but surely, it's coming to an end.
No, it's already ended.
That's true. These powerhouses are going to be losing. They are the ones who are going to be losing because people are now seeing through the cloud and the mist and everything. No. And there are people who are starting, and I guess thanks to those of us who encourage critical thinking, encourage people to read between the lines, encourage conversation, diverse conversation. We don't always agree. We have differing perspectives. But when we bring these perspectives together, it should promote thought. For you now to hear and go and sit down and have reasoning sessions, so to speak. But yeah, you have to align yourself with people who are not sheep. Let's call it that, Adesoji. And, we're not a part of the herd, so to speak. Yeah, we're the black sheep. We're not afraid to stand out. Granted, we do it, but at the same time, we do it with facts in hand.
Exactly. Again, my people tend to say this thing. They will say, which is the lamb that goes toe to toe, that runs around with the dogs, would eat SHIT. So, if you listen, if you, again, they will say, if you see, which is, if you learn to sit with the elders, you'll be wiser than your years. So it's important that you stay true to your values.
Stay
Your
true to your
values will protect you. Some people will say women intuition is, that intuition has saved a lot of people. Unfortunately, the greater the greater good fails to heed, because they told you this guy, this is what he represents, time and time again. Well, because you don't like who is telling you, or for no just reason, actually, for no just reason. There's no apparent reason for not liking this person. None of them stands up. None of the reasons why they don't like this person stands up to the mustard. But yet you voted in a felon. He's now, listen, why am I even running a commentary? The guy is operating in real time. So
it's on display for the world to see, and the world is pitying us. I must say thank you, world, for thinking about us. But back to you, Joy-Ann Reid. Congratulations on your next big step. It's not the end of the road for her. Don't you even think so for a second. All right. Think about your purpose in this thing called life. And what we have to do, and I'll say this and then we move on to Las Noticias. What we have to do is not worry about who going to like you. You see, a lot of us are doing things for likes. And you see that clamor for, oh, I want people to like me. I need people to like me. That will take us down a path of destruction. We will self-destruct because we will find ourselves aligning and accepting and indulging in things that go against our better judgment, go against our moral compass. It's okay to stand on an island by yourself sometimes. Yes, it's okay. Those people will catch on at some point. People will catch on. All right, time for stories out of Latin America. But before we get into them, want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. A big thank you to our viewers here with us on YouTube Live, of course. Our YouTube live stream starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe. Yes, subscribe, like, share, leave a comment. Please engage with us. And thank you to my studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase, where the conversation happens. I invite you to head on over to coffeeandtoad.com. Check out our different pages where you can watch live, you can catch up on past stories, you can see other stories that are there that are relevant from around the world. We also have our feature page, Just a Sip, where you can listen to a conversation that has been highlighted. We have our resources there where you can go to find resources that are beneficial, whether to you or others you may know. For example, right now, we have the Caribbean Future Skills Fund, which is available. Information is available there. Click the link. We also have the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue for 2025. Applications for that program close March the 1st, so we only have a few days left. We have the program, the 2025 Global Career Scholarship. The link for the applications there is there as well. And those that one closes on March the 7th. And while you are there on Coffee and Show, head on over to the shop page and click on lormelskinfood.com to order your 100% organic skincare and hair food products. Yes, lormelskinfood.com. You can also indulge in getting 20% off all your coffee products when you use the code CoffeeInTow20 while shopping on www.grantcoffeehouse.com. All right, so head on over to coffeeandtoad.com and explore, and you will find things very beneficial to you. All right, so back to our stories out of Latin America. We only have one story here for you today. Colombian city faces worst violence. Wow. as in decades as armed groups wreak havoc. So let's see what the Guardian has to say about this one. Residents of a violence-torn province in northern Colombia are bracing for further bloodshed as a conflict between rival armed groups spread to a regional capital in scenes residents said they had not witnessed since the cartel unrest of the 1990s. The mayor of Cucuta imposed a 48-hour curfew on the population of 1 million inhabitants in the hope of regaining control of the city after combatants of Colombia's largest armed group, the National Liberation Army, attacked police stations with assault rifles and grenades and destroyed toll booths with car bombs. At least 6 were injured as the Colombian army skirmished with dozens of combatants. The wave of violence is the latest blow to President Gustavo Petro's failing efforts to bring peace to Colombia by dialoguing with armed groups and 122,000 people in northern Colombia and now require urgent assistance. It's very tense. The police and military are on every corner, and everyone is in a state of panic because we are all wondering where they are going to bomb next. Wow. The unrest started in the surrounding Catatumbo region in mid-January when the ELN began warring with dissident factions of the now defunct Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, otherwise called the FARC, killing 80 people, displacing 50,000, and prompting Petro to declare a state of emergency and cut off fragile peace talks with the armed rebels. Fighting also broke out in the Amazon rainforest at the other end of the country, where 20 were killed. While this week, the ELN placed thousands of residents in the Choco region on the Pacific coast under strict lockdown. The outbreaks of unrest in rural and urban areas, hundreds of miles apart, has added a sense of loss of control that Colombia has not seen for years. Well, Petro, fix your country, fix your situation, whatever you need to do. I will keep it moving on that one. Time for stories out on the international scene. Yep, on the international scene we go. First up, oh, no, I should not have closed that out because there was something I wanted to grab from it. But anyway, I'll go back to it. What's going on over there in London town? MP Mike Amesbury jailed for punching a constituent.
What's wrong with London?
You all have no behavior. Are you drinking too much at the pub over there? Huh? Too much drinking? Get it together. According to BBC.com, suspended Labour MP Mike Amesbury has been jailed for 10 weeks after he admitted to punching a man to the ground in his Cheshire constituency. Amesbury, 55. What does the king have to say about this, my lord? I'm sure King Charles is not pleased with this behavior.
Well, he is his courts has passed judgment on what they thought of said behavior. He shall be at His Majesty's mercy, at His Majesty's pleasure for a couple of months.
Amesbury is 55 years old.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
He represents Runcorn and Helsby as an independent MP. He pleaded guilty to assaulting 45-year-old Paul
As he should.
after video footage emerged showing the confrontation.
Yeah, you should see the video. And he was throwing punches like I'd rather not say.
Addressing the MP before handing down the jail term, the magistrate said, I have to say that I've seen a single punch to the head cause fatal injuries, but note the limited injuries in this case. Sit down for a second, Amesbury. Sit down and keep yourself quiet.
And they'll put their glasses on their nose and they'll say, well,
and adjust the wigs, am I tired?
No, they don't wear wigs.
No. So why are they still wearing wigs in Africa?
Well, yeah,
and in Jamaica.
They do wear it they wear it on a ceremonial basis, but they don't wear it like that. So the magistrate will probably just look down his nose at the fact, like, well, that was quite appalling behavior, and we need to make an example of you,
Yes.
so that people would not think society condones such act of inimical violence.
Was he drunk?
Of course he was. He was drunk. He was drunk, and somebody probably said something to him that he took exception to. And instead of, doing what the gentleman will do, which is take it on your chin and walk away, he decided to get into a scuffle.
Well, thank God for the people who intervened.
Of course.
Because had they not, can you imagine how much more he would have probably pummeled the 45-year-old? And of course, the judge did say, the magistrate, let us get it right when we're talking about London, the magistrate said immediate custodial sentence was both necessary, as a punishment and a deterrent.
Yeah, especially, the fact that just because you're an MP, and the reason why I think that story is actually important is to show that justice system still works regardless of class. Yes, you might be earning 110,000 a year as an MP here. It doesn't mean you should go into the street and take the law into your hands. If you take offense to what somebody says, there's always a Bobby walking around. You can just call them and you report.
Yeah.
And that's how civilized people handle matters. So we can't just have you going, just throwing fisticuffs in the middle of the streets. What do you think this place is?
But what was funny, Adesoji, what was funny is his representative, Richard Darby, asking the magistrate if that's an immediate sentence. What the heck?
Yeah, because maybe he hasn't put his affairs in order.
Well, he should have thought about that.
Well, unfortunately, when you're drunk, that's not the kind of things you'll be thinking about.
Is he married? His wife upset him or something? Somebody?
Well, it doesn't.
He went out drinking. Okay.
No, I mean the MPs here do enjoy. They enjoy, how shall I say it, a very lavish alcohol lifestyle if they choose to. And so some of them also indulge.
Them check up, but they can't manage.
Yeah. So now he's gotten money. Now, unfortunately, he will be removed. I mean, he's independent anyway. Okay. So he will lose his seat.
Oh, you think he's gonna lose his seat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once you go to jail like that, you can't be.
But it's not like he's there for a long time. It's just a little bit of time.
No. Where do you think this place is? The United States? That you have a criminal making laws? No. Sorry. I'm
here trying to beg for this man.
No. He will lose his seat, and once he loses his seat, there will be a runoff election for his seat, and that's it.
All right. Next question. Kenya, Europe. Adesoji, I have to ask this question. Why on God's earth is Kenya receiving mountain bongos, antelopes from the United States?
Good question.
Let's get into this one, right?
Maybe they want to release them into the wild, but those animals will die. They're not. I'm sorry.
They're not cut out for the African.
Nah.
I can read the article and see.
Yeah, go on.
Let's see. So according to BBC.com, Kenya has received 17 mountain bongos, a very rare type of antelope from a conservation center in the United States. The antelopes are third-generation descendants of mountain bongos taken from Kenya in the 1960s. The return of the critically endangered animals from the Rare Species Conservation Foundation in Florida was hailed as a monumental step in Kenya's conservation efforts. From about 500 in the 1970s, less than 100 mountain bongos are estimated to remain in the wild in Kenya, according to the Kenya Wildlife Service. The KWS said this was due to habitat loss, poaching, illegal activities, disease, and small fragmented populations. Tourism Minister Rebecca Miano described the arrival of the bongos at the country's main airport on Sunday night as emotional, and so cool, and a benefit for Kenya's tourism and conservation sectors. The animals were taken to wildlife sanctuaries in Meru County near Mount Kenya, where they will be nurtured before they are gradually introduced to their natural habitat. Miss Miano said the mountain bongo, a a species, originally found only in Kenya, they're so cute, has suffered untold grief over the decades, dwindling to alarming proportions. She said the plan was to grow the population to 700 by 2050. These are cute. They're absolutely adorable with their white stripes, looking as though they
Across
were
their
painted
noses. Across their noses, right?
across the nose, across the body. And
Yeah.
what is interesting,
Yeah.
across the body, Adesoji. Now, when you look at the mane that goes down their back, that the spikes of hair that goes down the center of their back, there are little pockets of white, right? And the lines that go down there on either side of their torso meet or start at those little pockets of white. Let me tell you, absolutely beautiful, beautiful. But Kenya,
You know how they got to the United States, though?
for the zoos,
No, not for the zoos.
for the what?
Roosevelt used to go and show hunt in Africa.
The story doesn't tell us that, and it's such a shame, right?
He won't tell you that, because to tell you that, you say, because you have to understand how were those animals displaced
Got it.
from Kenya
Got
at
it.
that time. The story said 3 generations, so that's 75 years. So who was in power in 75 years? Man, these people. I don't know. They just think the people they're talking to are stupid.
And here I was thinking it was for the
For what?
the zoos. You know, they like to go and capture things from the wild to the
Really?
zoos
Nah.
for us to look at.
Most of those animals would have been taken, and once the original owner either died or they no longer had the fetish for them, they will give them to this conservative groups. They will hold those animals up to a point, and at some point they will also then decide, you know what, there's nothing being served with these animals being here. How do we release them back into the wild? When she said they're going to nurture them, okay, there's probably a lioness just looking and licking at it. Lord. Mommy, I want a deer snack.
You know, you're just awful. You have to put a damper on the whole situation. Come on.
Mommy, I want a snack. I want an imported snack.
But that's an important point to raise. Will they be able to have their instincts kick in to know that they must run?
No,
because they're somewhat domesticated, aren't they?
Exactly. They've been out of that. It's like human beings.
Yeah.
When you've left an environment for an extended period of time, it takes time to adapt.
Yeah.
And in some cases, you don't want to be thrown in the deep end. In the animal kingdom, there is no like, oh, you made a mistake. And once you lose once, you're done.
That's it.
You're done.
You gonna.
Exactly. I mean, the lioness are looking right now. They're like, oh.
She turns to her lion and says, "Stay still. I'll be right back."
American burgers. Tasty.
Oh boy. All right. Well, let us hope that they put them in a conservation area, that, you know, they're in the wild, but not in the wild, where the rough lions and jaguars and all that will have access to them and look at them as fresh meat, delicacy.
But the thing is, they will allow nature to take its natural course. The ones that will survive, right?
Yeah.
But majority of them will be killed.
Yeah.
So it's the plain hurtful truth.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Majority of them will be snacks.
You're not being a nice person. Next, the final story in the international news segment, courtesy of BBC. New Zealand's Commerce Minister Andrew Bailey, or Bale, has resigned as a government minister after he placed a hand on a staff member's upper arm last week in what he described as overbearing behavior. Andrew, the minister, said on Monday that he was deeply sorry about the incident, which he described as not an argument, but an animated discussion. He remains a member of parliament. His resignation comes after he was criticized last October for calling a winery worker a loser, including putting his fingers in an L shape on his forehead and allegedly using an expletive directed at them. He later issued a public apology. As many of you know, I have been impatient to drive change in my ministerial portfolios. That was a statement he made announcing his resignation. Last week, I had an animated discussion with a staff member about work. I took the discussion too far and I placed a hand on their upper arm, which was inappropriate. He said a complaint had been made out, but would not elaborate further on exactly what had happened. Andrew, my friend, you can't go around putting your hands on people. You know, you put your hands on the wrong one, you're going to get knocked the hell out, you know. Maybe a FO moment for you. And clearly you have a temper issue that you need to control. Come on, get it together. You're a member of parliament. You are in a position in which you're put on a pedestal and more is expected from you. Clearly you didn't learn. Well, now you have to learn the hard way. It is what it is. All right, so that closes out stories on the international scene. Time for us to head on over to stories out of North America. So we're going to be talking about the AP and the White House, Ron DeSantis, JD Vance, Greg Abbott, and our beloved comedian Cedric the Entertainer. So let's start with oh, by the way, let's start with Greg Abbott. Let's start with him. We'll start over there in Houston, Texas, and this one was sent over by one of our moderators. Federal immigration authorities on Monday planned to conduct a targeted operation on quote unquote criminals and illegal immigrants in a housing development outside of Houston that's been under scrutiny from conservative lawmakers and media for selling land to undocumented people. That's according to Governor Greg Abbott. By Monday afternoon, it remained unclear whether anyone had been arrested, as nearly half a dozen law enforcement and government agencies were silent on details. Abbott initially said in a social media post that he had worked with President Donald Trump's immigration advisor, Tom Homan, for months to target Colony Ridge, a majority Latino 33,000-acre development some 30 miles outside of the nation's fourth largest city in neighboring Liberty County. Conservative influencers, outlets, think tanks, and Texas lawmakers had dubbed it as a safe haven for undocumented people, often painting it as a cartel-run crime hub. You know, we got to be careful. We really got to be careful. I have seen videos of white people across the country expressing concern that they don't see immigration enforcement agencies in white neighborhoods where they know that there are undocumented white people and they don't understand. But you're going to target a majority Latino community because they're Latino majority. Okay. I've been seeing some videos, saw a few videos on TikTok yesterday where citizens are standing up to the agencies that are showing up in their communities, confronting them. In some cases, telling them to leave, and they do leave. Questioning them, where are your warrants? What right do you have to be here? Being very forceful with them, and yes, they leave. And that is what needs to happen. People are not cowering. They're facing up to them and they're defending their neighbors. One video I saw was very concerning, though, I must say, where the camera, I'm not sure if it's their Ring camera or their regular home camera that was installed by their front door, showed allegedly an ICE agent, we don't know, going on to the porch and proceeding to turn the doorknob, not knocking. Is that what's being done now? You just go and, what if the door was unlocked? You just walk into the person's home? I thought there was a process. I thought there was protocol. I thought there was a way to handle things. You just go up to the person's door, turn the knob. Good thing it didn't open. Good thing it didn't open. Can you imagine? You're walking around naked in your house and you just see people walking into your house unannounced. But back to this article. If you are going to be working with Tom Homan, and you've been doing so for months, to target Colony Ridge, a majority Latino, 33,000-acre development, this right here is screaming discrimination. This right here is screaming racism. This is screaming so many things. If you're going to target communities, target everybody. You cannot pick and choose because they're Latinos, automatically assume that that community must have a lot of undocumented people there. But their world, we live in it, I guess, right? Next up, JD Vance. He has now become the latest victim in MAGA's anti-DEI crusade. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one.
All right, we are back now with our worst of the week. This time it is the severe GOP book bans that often target and censor diverse authors who write about marginalized communities. The latest potential victim of this movement, J.D. Vance. Yes, you heard that correctly. The vice president's infamous memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, is one of more than a dozen titles that have been removed from schools serving the kids of the U.S. military service members across the globe. It has not been outright banned yet, but the book has been flagged for a compliance review. It turns out that Vance's account of growing up in a white working class family contains profanity. It contains references to LGBTQ plus community and some passages that briefly celebrate diversity, at least enough to conflict with executive orders issued by the Trump administration. DEI has become MAGA's favorite boogeyman. We all know that, but haven't things gone too far if Trump's own vice presidential book is deemed too woke? Jason and Dean are back with me. Your thoughts, Jason? Vance's days in the Trump administration seem to be numbered if his books are going to be considered woke and his books are going to be under review.
He is a tree-hugging liberal, it seems like, because he talks about diversity in a book. It is very ironic, and it honestly is a little bit of inclusion that we're doing right now just by talking about J.D. Vance, right? Because he's been kind of the third wheel in the White House. Musk and Trump in that order. Yeah. So I think it's funny and ironic, and maybe this means Vance is going to run as a Democrat and just go full force into this in 2028.
J.D. Vance, the Democratic social justice warrior, the nominee for the 2028 presidential.
It's the woke right. This is what's happening. It's the woke right. They're waking up and they're like, oh my God. This J.D. Vance's mistake, he referred to people, I think, the diversity of white actually expanded, like someone was beige, like that book's got to go. But he actually did mention like Black Canadian in the book, the daughter of an Indian immigrant. And that DI doesn't allow that. DID, that's what they want. Everything has to be white. I mean, when you teach slavery now, you can't mention the skin color of the enslaved people or the slave owners. That's what teachers have said, that they're afraid of being fired. They literally have to teach slavery in American schools racially neutral.
It wasn't about race. It was about economic development.
That's what they would say.
Where did you study?
Trump University.
Ron DeSantis seemed to think there was some kind of economic benefit for slaves.
Discuss.
Let me play for you this clip from Senator Jim Banks at CPEC this week.
DEI is a fundamental attack on the American dream. Let me tell you, as the son of a factory worker who grew up in a trailer park, now serving in the United States Senate, the American dream is very personal to me.
Sound like you benefited from DEI.
Biggest threat to the American dream, but the golden age of America means the death of DEI.
So not only does the American dream not apply to people of color who are often the marginalized people in this country, but they are, according to Senator Jim Banks, a threat to the American dream.
Well, I mean, if you listen to Donald Trump and you get your news from Donald Trump, you would know that DEI caused plane crashes. Right. It's responsible for probably the economy not doing as well as he would have wished it to be doing right now. So it's a very easy thing for people to talk about, just like critical race theory was. Yeah. Now they have this phrase that they can blame everything and make people who voted for Trump feel like, oh, this is the reason I am where I am right now. The cards are stacked against me. And you see that over and over again. It's weird to see it more from the critical race theory to DEI. I wonder what the next thing is going to be. If it's just going to be like outright saying something terrible. I mean, it's kind of what they're doing.
Look, we're on our way. We're started with George Wallace.
Are you asking my question again?
Yeah.
Like third time doing it.
My favorite.
Second time not a
Jason Selvig
Maybe I can
show.
duck out of here early.
It started with George Wallace, segregation today, tomorrow, and forever, right? Now it's changed to CRT ban, to DEI bans. They are getting more emboldened. They're going to just say white power. You have Elon Musk and Steve Bannon doing the fascist salute. I mean, let's be blunt. This is what we're dealing with right now. And Elon Musk and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, saying diversity is not our strength. That's one of the worst things to say. But the military, do you want an all-white military? I mean, that's what all-white male military? We are moving backwards as a society. That's what's really going on. It's a push and pull, and they want to take us backwards.
All right.
Take a look at what Donald Trump posted on Truth Social this morning.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because, yes, the world is seeing it. It's quite obvious that J.D. Vance's position is being questioned. That person who spoke at CPAC, it sounds as though he benefited from DEI. He came from humble beginnings and was afforded an opportunity to progress. Can we have a campaign where mainstream media enlightens the general population, in particular across the red states, what DEI actually means? It is not an alternative for the N-word. It is not an alternative that is used to cast people of color to the side. That's not what it is. It's not a hate word. But unfortunately, it is being used in that capacity. Shame, 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 shame. And a lot of people who are calling for the expulsion of DEI have been beneficiaries of DEI. Case in point, Greg Abbott. If it were not for DEI, he would not have ease of access to any government or any building, any facility. When you go into restaurants and you have at least one bathroom, what you call it, compartment, whatever, where there are rails and, conveniences for persons who need a bigger space so they can have wheelchair access, that's DEI. When you have ramps so that you can use a wheelchair to get into or out of a building, that's DEI. When you have parking spaces designated where you must have that blue sticker to park, that's DEI. Do we not understand that? But I get it. Education is not our strong suit here in the US. After all, we rank what? 30-something% of educated people. Yeah, it's sad. The majority of the country now have nothing more than one elementary school education, and that's so I get it, and that is why you can throw certain things at them and they gobble it up as though you're throwing food in a pigsty to a set of hungry pigs, and they just without questioning anything. But they need to go on a campaign to educate people as to what DEI actually is. There's a big catalog, there's a big book, and I think all of us, every single one of us, of the how many people that live in this country, 300 and something million, every one of us at some point has benefited from some aspect of DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. All of us. Well, what do I? Next up, a judge has, and before I even get to that one, DeSantis. Gotta love him here in Florida. And James, leave us alone with our president. DeSantis proposes Florida's own DOGE task force to eliminate state boards. Let's go ahead and hear what he has to say in this article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. So, Governor Ron DeSantis announced on Monday his plan to create a Florida version of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. I didn't know the department belonged to Elon Musk. Well, okay, we're learning something new. A task force that would conduct sweeping audits of universities, counties, and cities while eliminating more than 70 state boards and commissions. The proposed DOGE task force would use artificial intelligence. I see a problem right away. Because remember, AI can be programmed. All right, let's not forget that. So the proposed DOGE task force would use artificial intelligence, AI, to streamline government operations and eliminate about 740 state jobs. So 740 people are going to lose their jobs. Though DeSantis said some agencies, such as the Department of Corrections, would receive additional staffing. You see where this is headed? You're wrapping up the Department of Corrections. All right, got it. Okay. This is the doging of our state university system, and I think it's going to be good for taxpayers, DeSantis said at a press conference in Tampa, and it's ultimately going to be good for students as well. Let me hear, pray tell, I want to hear this part. Let's see if there's anything good that will come out of it. So, the one-year initiative mirrors Musk's federal DOGE program, which has fired more than 200,000 federal employees and stalled trillions in federal grants, sparking lawsuits and concerns over executive overreach. 200,000 federal employees? Wow. Anyway, beyond state-level audits, DeSantis suggested that DOGE model be applied, or it could be applied to local governments, stating, we want to do a DOGE on some of these local governments. While he did not specify which cities or counties would be targeted, the use of AI-powered audits could significantly impact local governments in South Florida, including Sunrise, Miramar, and Lauderhill, cities that rely on state funding for infrastructure, education, and community programs. Many of these cities also boast diverse leadership and employ a significant number of Caribbean Americans, raising concerns about how DOGE audits and funding cuts would affect these communities. It's interesting, yeah, because as I'm reading Sunrise, Miramar, and Lauderhill, they're predominantly communities of color. Yeah. Caribbean Americans as well as Latin Americans. Interesting. Well, let's carry on. AI, according to DeSantis, would analyze government contracts for diversity, equity, and inclusion provisions. So if you're going to analyze these government contracts for DEI provisions and AI picks up on that and flags it, then we could put it in the kibosh. So ultimately, what's going to happen to Sunrise, Miramar, and Lauderhill? Because those are heavily diverse communities. More people of color than anything else. So what's the plan here? I mean, Florida, we are already having a problem. We are having a housing market problem right now. People can't move their inventory. But anyway, because people are leaving Florida. Leaders across the state and South Florida counties are assessing how the state-imposed audits could affect local services, budgets, and employment. Cities with robust public sector employment or DEI initiatives could see funding cuts or program rollbacks if flagged by the AI system. The writing is on the wall, Florida. Oh, but Florida, South Florida, this is what you voted for, right? Anyway, DeSantis also announced that the task force will deeply examine Florida's university system, focusing on financial management, debt, staffing, and course programming. Okay. Some of the ideological studies stuff, we just want to prune that and get that out shortly. You know something? I will give him that one. That I will give him. And here's why I'll give that to him. You can go to a 4-year college, and a lot of the courses have nothing to do with your purpose for taking up that. What you call it? For example, nursing. You want to do nursing, can it be nursing focused? So that way you finish in 2 years versus 4 years of doing courses that have nothing to do with nursing. Those courses are money makers. That's what they are. They're there solely for the purpose of you making, of the college, making money. And the reason I'm saying that, I have worked at a non-traditional college where you are able to accelerate because you're taking specific courses that are specific to the related field that you're intending to get into. We cut away all the, you trim away all the fat, so to speak. I think by doing that, people can still earn their bachelor's just in a shorter time frame. Do away with some of the unnecessaries. That's my humble opinion. So that I will give him. That one I will give to him. If DeSantis moves forward with his DOGE initiative, questions will arise about its legality, scope, and potential conflicts of interest, issues that have plagued Musk's federal DOGE program. Multiple lawsuits argue that Musk's task force is unconstitutional as it bypasses Congress's authority over federal spending and halts funds already allocated. If Florida's version follows a similar path, it could lead to legal challenges from cities, universities, and affected employees. I want to go back to the university bit for 1 second. I don't want anybody to confuse something. It should be optional if you want to do certain courses, not mandatory, where you have to do it. No, let it be an elective. You choose. If you want to do it, you do it. It's up to you. But you should not be mandated to do it. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Morning. Depending on the course you're doing, you have to mandate, because you cannot allow a student to leave out a core course, a core part of that curriculum, that study. There are some things that is required for a certain area of study, so you have to mandate that. And I think that's how most courses are structured. You have what you have to do for that course of study, and then there are electives. You could just probably change some of the electives or change how you structure it, but you cannot take out of the core course, and you cannot make the core course optional. Because if somebody's supposed to be proficient in a field, once they finish their course, they should have a certain level of competency. Hence the reason why some of the courses are mandatory.
Trigonometry in college, Mr. President. But I'm a marketing major. What's the purpose? Why do I have to do trigonometry?
You could go down to the every specific course, but for the most part, every university would try to put in core course that would be required. If you're in marketing, okay, so statistics and all kind of stuff, and there are stuff that are correlated. So that's what it is. So you could revamp it and see if there are stuff that can be removed, or we know the university model has become one of making money. You know, it's a business. They're making money, but some core courses has to be in certain fields. Has to.
Filmmaking and trigonometry. What's the correlation? No, I get what you're saying, Mr. President. But so, I don't think everything should be mandatory across the board. I think let the people them choose what them think them want. That's me personally. So RoSolo wants to do psychology. She's going to waste 2 semesters doing trigonometry or calculus 2. Because it has to be a part of the thing for her to get her degree.
You have to also remember, in our current system, for instance, first degree is used as the base that you can do any master's. So as long as you have a first degree, you may have to do some prerequisite courses, but you can go in any direction. So that was one of the reasons why some of the courses were structured the way they're structured also, because the first degree is seen as the general degree.
Mm-hmm.
But these are stuff that could be revamped, because as time change, requirements change, what is needed by society change.
Right.
So it's not, fixed.
The one that I will give them is humanities, right? I will give them humanities. And the reason I will give them humanities, of course, because it encompasses a lot of things. You're talking about philosophy and religion and history, language. It's broad. It's broad, and even within humanities, I think you should be able to elect what aspect of humanities you want to do. Go ahead.
And if I'm an IT major, why do I need to do any of these courses?
So you're on board
It's
with
the same.
me.
It's the same argument. It's the same argument. So I'm saying, but in what you find happening, if I'm an IT major, the humanities courses are usually an elective.
Mm-hmm.
They're usually electives. Like for me, I did a double major, so I didn't have much elective, because the core courses from both majors basically substitutes as electives. So
I think well, this is the only thing. Well, this is the second thing I'm agreeing with DeSantis on. The second thing. The first thing, property taxes. This is the second one. Some of the courses that are involved or are included in your program of study. Me personally think some of them are necessary, but it is what it is. We do that because we have been conditioned into believing that they are all necessary.
No, but demand and supply would make it that university would change. Because there's a lot of people that are not choosing to do any formal university education. There are people that are doing certifications, going on to do specialized MBAs and specialized technical courses, and become professional in their field that they think is a better way for them, a more direct path. So as less and less people see the need for a 4-year degree that gives you $100,000 in debt or whatever, and pursue alternative paths, university will adjust or become obsolete. So that's just part of the process.
Part of the process, yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. So in the chat, AT says it's tax money that will pay for the increase in the prison industry. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. And he also said trig helps with critical thinking, but me can't stop at algebra 2. Because algebra beginner intermediary. Me not going no further. Me get the basics. AT laughing at me. AT is laughing at me. That's all right, AT. Keep laughing. It's okay. But yeah, so far 2 for 2. Two things alone, may I agree with him, Pod. The common not does DeSantis, cause me don't want to find myself agreeing with you more and more. Okay, all right. So let's see what he does. But I will say, DeSantis, be very careful how you move forward with the implementation of a Doge system here in Florida. Florida is already losing. We have a lot of Canadians who are opting not to come to Florida. We have a lot of people who are steering clear of Florida because they don't like what's happening here. So let us not tank our economy. I know it is, a Republican thing to tank economies. Please let's not bring that to Florida. Thank you. All right, our next story out of news. Okay, let's squeeze in these two before we have to wrap up the internet radio live stream. And then we will be continuing on YouTube Live and, of course, right here on Fanbase. A judge has declined to immediately restore AP access to the White House. Let's get into this one, courtesy of BBC. A U.S. judge has declined to honor a request by the Associated Press to immediately restore its access to presidential events after the Trump administration blocked the agency in a dispute over the term Gulf of America. Oh boy. What other issues do we have out there in the states that need to be addressed right now? U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden, a Trump appointee, declined to grant the news outlet's emergency motion, but set another hearing for the case for March 20. We don't need to drag this out. Could we just give them back the access and keep it moving? Why are we silencing the press? All because they don't agree with your narrative or your rhetoric. If we are going to stifle the press, you're stifling freedom of speech. Allow people the freedom of speech, allow them access so that they can provide their supporters, their listeners, their readers with information. Come on. Anyway, the news agency has refused to change its style from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America after President Donald Trump renamed it with an executive order. The AP argues the ban is retaliatory and infringes on First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and the press. Exactly. The ban has meant that the AP, which hundreds of news outlets rely on, has been unable to access press events at the White House as well as on Air Force One. Come on, we need to stop with the petty behavior. This is childlike, in my opinion. We are not on the playground. I need to ride on the swing. No, I'm not putting you on the swing. Why can't I go on the swing? Can we move away from that and act as adults, please? Last week, the US president said that he planned to keep them out until they begin using the term of Gulf of America. Isn't this serious? We don't have bigger fish to fry. We are worried about sprat when there's a kingfish on the table that needs to be gutted and cleaned out and prepared. And this we are worried about? Yeah, I'm keeping them out unless they agree that it is the Gulf of America. Come on. Please, Mr. President, give them, not even Mr. President, Judge McFadden. I don't know why I'm asking the president. Judge McFadden, please exercise common sense and have them be reinstated. Anyway, next up in some good news, Cedric the Entertainer and Brotherhood Crusade donate fiats to Altadena wildfire victims. Yes, we're here for that. This one we found on Ball Alert on Instagram. So let's get into it. Just weeks after the Brotherhood Crusade pledged help for Altadena residents affected by the wildfires, they partnered with Cedric the Entertainer to give away fiats to those who lost their vehicles in the disaster. Cedric the Entertainer announced the news on Instagram, showing off the fleet of red vehicles. His Kyle's Family Foundation and the Brotherhood Crusade gave away 9 of the new cars to residents. The new owners waved proudly as they showed off the Fiat 500s. The Brotherhood Crusade previously established the Wildfire Fund to aid Altadena residents to provide immediate relief to families impacted by the devastating Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena. The initiative also seeks to preserve Altadena's historical significance as a cultural and a community hub for Black families. Round of applause to you again, Frederick, and the Brotherhood Crusade. And that article closes out stories out of North America. Time for business and tech news, but I think we're going to go ahead and do the wrap up on air and come back and just be on YouTube Live, as time is of the essence. We don't have enough time to get into it. So want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZradio.com for quality music. Keep it logged on to QMZradio.com for that good music to get you through the day. Also want to say thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com. Jano Radio, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Also, thank you to everyone who tuned in on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We invite you to hop on over to YouTube. Join us over here on YouTube for the live, which will be going on until the bottom of the hour. So we will be back on air 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, God willing. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Be good and be safe out there. Thank you for coming by. All right, so we have ended the internet radio stream. So I am here with you, YouTube Live and fan base. All right, so business and tech news brought to you by Grand Coffee. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. At checkout. Again, head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com and use the code COFFEEINTO20 and earn 20% off all coffee products. All right. So let's go ahead and get into our business and tech news stories. First up, first order of business, farmers deploy next-gen solution to protect the world's most expensive spice. Do you know what that is? Saffron. Yep, that. You always see it in just little packets, like, they're selling a dime bag or something. Come on. But anyway, let's learn a little bit more. This article brought to you by Yahoo.com. Where are you? Here we go. Scientists are moving quickly to protect India's production of an iconic and coveted spice, saffron, from rising threats like record-setting temperatures, urbanization, and unpredictable rainfall. Reuters reported on the impact on the Kashmir region, which accounts for 90% of the nation's production. Saffron is the world's most valuable spice that can command up to $3,800 for 2.2 pounds. Cultivating it is labor intensive, folks, and includes picking the saffron by hand off the bright purple flowers of crocus plants. Ooh, the flower is actually beautiful. I'm looking at the plant and it's gorgeous. It's a beautiful purple. Okay. All right. Let me keep it moving. Sorry, got distracted with the beauty of the flower. India is second in the world to Iran in saffron production, with much of it in the farms of the Kashmir town of Pampore. Unfortunately, that output is lagging. In the 2010 to 11 financial year, the nation produced 8.8 tons of the spice. By 2023 to 2024, the federal government revealed that number had been cut by more than a third to 2.8 tons. To address the issue, farming crocus plants indoors is a remedy to the outdoors ever-changing and frequently inhospitable climate. One of the scientists involved, Dr. Bashir, told Reuters that cultivating saffron indoors in tubes with essential nutrients and appropriate levels of moisture offers many advantages. All right, well, at least they are looking at alternatives. And again, with this story, we are seeing that there is truth in the effects of climate change, right? And of course, climate change is driven by bad practices out there, such as deforestation. We're cutting down and not replanting. When we talk about industrialization and emissions and gases that are released into the atmosphere, all right, we've done many sessions on that. Yeah, here we go. Saffron, yeah, very expensive. Beautiful, very beautiful. So let us see if we're able to preserve that spice. What are the benefits? What are the health benefits of saffron? You know, I'm gonna look that up, right? Give me 1 second because it's going to weigh on me. Health benefits of saffron. Let's see. Wow, I didn't even know there was a thing called saffron tea. See, I'm learning. So let us take a look here. According to Google, saffron, a spice derived from the dried stigmas of Crocus sativus flowers, has been used in traditional medicine for centuries. It is known for its numerous health benefits, including antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. Yep, it helps protect cells from damage caused by free radicals. It's an anti-inflammatory, and the properties it has may reduce pain and swelling. Mood enhancement, yes, some of us could do with it. I know I could. Studies have shown that saffron can improve mood and reduce symptoms of depression and anxiety. It may increase levels of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. Heart health. Saffron may help lower blood pressure and cholesterol levels, reducing the risk of heart disease. Its antioxidant properties may also protect the heart from oxidative stress. Cognitive function. Saffron has been linked to improved memory and cognitive function. It may protect brain cells from damage and reduce the risk of neurodegenerative diseases. Okay. Blood sugar control. Some studies suggest that saffron may help regulate blood sugar levels and improve insulin sensitivity, potentially benefiting people with diabetes. Saffron has been traditionally used to aid digestion and relieve stomach discomfort. There you go, folks. It may have antispasmodic and anti-inflammatory effects on the digestive system. Okay, it may also help boost libido, improve sleep quality, reduce menstrual cramps, and protect eye health. So many benefits, folks, so many benefits. While saffron has numerous potential health benefits, it is important that you consult with a healthcare professional before using it as a treatment for any medical condition. Dosage and safety considerations may vary depending on individual circumstances. So that's important to know. I'm sure Mr. President knew this because he is big into the health this and the health dot. But I learned something about saffron. I just thought it was something that was used to color, rice, meats, add a little flavor. Yeah, didn't know that there were health benefits. Now that I know, I may indulge in saffron tea. I have been drinking a lot of teas lately. Once I have my coffee and I get off coffee into, I indulge in guanabana tea, which is soursop leaf tea, moringa tea. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead.
You know, we conflate in the Caribbean, I know, because we call turmeric saffron. I know there are two different products.
Different things, yes.
So sometimes we conflate them. But yeah, all these natural herbs and stuff are always beneficial. But as I said, consult. Because something is good for you don't mean you have to drink it.
Facts.
You have to know how it will affect you, especially when you have ailments.
Yes, important. Thank you for reiterating
It's
that.
one thing as a maintenance, but if you're sick or you have something, because some ailments, these things that are good for you might make it worse.
That is
So
true.
you have to be very careful and consult with your medical doctor.
Not only make it worse, Mr. President, there are some natural herbs that can work as blockers. So when you go to get routine tests done, say for example, you go for blood work, these herbs can prevent the biochemists or whatever from seeing the problems that are there. So you're absolutely right. We have to seek guidance from healthcare professionals and nutritionists. All right. So proceed with caution. Do your research. That's it. Do your research. Next up, how the US makes billions selling gristly chicken feet to China. I know we sell chicken feet to China. Interesting. According to slguardian.org. So who else knew that Haitians here in South Florida, Haitians said they don't eat chicken feet and they are afraid of Jamaicans because we Jamaicans we love with chicken foot, right? Curry the chicken foot, brown stew the chicken foot soup. The difference with us in Jamaica and over there in Asia, in China, is we cut off the toenail. No, we're not in that. We cut off the toenail. But what we call them in Jamaica, steppers. That's what, if you hear anybody referring to.
You all give the chicken a manicure before eating it?
Yes, we have to take off that. And we have to clean out the foot bottom because some of them foot bottom crusty. So we have to clean it up and make sure they're in good order. Yes, Mr. President, we give them a manicure. Let's go ahead and get into the article. According to slguardian.org, while chicken is a global staple, its feet are typically regarded as waste in most parts of the world. Gristly with little meat, they often find their way into the trash. However, in China, chicken feet are far from being discarded. They are a beloved delicacy. This unique preference has turned chicken paws into a lucrative import category, with billions of dollars in trade flowing between the United States and China. The popularity of chicken feet in China has created a thriving market, with the country importing large quantities to satisfy local demand. According to industry experts, most of the chicken feet consumed in China are imported from abroad, and the US is a major player in this trade. The chicken breeds are different, according to a chicken distributor based in Chengdu, China. Foreign chickens have a longer growth cycle, which results in a larger size. Chinese consumers prefer big chicken feet due to their better mouthfeel. Chicken feet are used in a variety of Chinese dishes, from dim sum and hot pots to spicy snacks soaked in pickled pepper brine. The US, with its high-quality poultry, has capitalized on this demand. The market for chicken feet in China grew to $5.9 billion in 2022, marking an impressive 46.4% increase from 2018. In fact, by 2024, chicken feet accounted for a staggering 73.8% of the US's poultry exports to China by volume. So hold on. Oh, no, eat chicken foot in a Grenada, Mr. President. I know they do in Trinidad.
Of course. We eat the steppers. When I used to partake of those things, steppers was one of my favorite.
You used to say not eat them no more.
Nasa.
Oh, you get rich and switch. Okay.
Nah, I don't eat meat no more.
I know you don't. But steppers is not meat.
That like your man that said, eating pork, but give him the sauce.
Hey, listen, Rasta put the best pork still in them, and I tell no lie. I don't know how them get it to taste good, but them put the best pork. But yes, yeah, chicken feet across the Caribbean, it is indulged in heavily. I know at least once a week in the Caribbean. Since we come to the States, we don't do it as much. But in the Caribbean, there are certain meals that are had during the week. Sunday dinner is usually oxtail, fried chicken, curried goat, one off or all three, maybe so.
6 pot. In Grenada, we say 6 pot because you have to have your callaloo and your pumpkin and thing on the side, you know.
Yeah, and rice and peas or rice and gungo or gungo and rice, however you put it, which is pigeon
Macaroni
peas.
pie.
Macaroni pie, or as we say, macaroni and cheese that is baked in the oven. That is important. Of course, a salad, whether it's lettuce, tomato, and cucumber, or you may have a shredded cabbage with grated carrots. That is important. You may have what you call it, candied sweet potatoes. Some people may do crushed yam with cheese. So many different dishes, but Sunday is a big deal. If you're not eating all the day for the week, you're gonna eat good on a Sunday. Some people do fish. Then Monday is usually leftovers from Sunday, at least the rice. You may cook some meat. Tuesday, some people stretch it to Tuesday, but definitely not into Wednesday. Tuesday, if you're not stretched to Tuesday, some people might do fricasseed chicken or brown stewed chicken. And there is a difference between fricasseed chicken and brown stewed chicken. Fricasseed chicken, you cut up the chicken small, yeah, and you fry it up in little oil. You don't coat it with any flour or anything. You just season it up. You scrape off the seasoning, fry it in some oil, and then you cook it down in the seasoning and water. Or if you do brown stewed chicken, that have browning and seasoned. But you might do that on a Tuesday. And some white rice to back that up, or some ground provisions like yams, potatoes, pumpkin, so on and so forth. Wednesday. What normally happens on a Wednesday in the Caribbean, well, at least in Jamaica, is either
Soup.
soup, yes, is either pea soup, stewed peas, which is made with, for me personally, no put no salt pork in there, strictly corned pork or pig's tail. Some people nowadays, though, them use oxtail, them use chicken feet, them put other little things in there. No, me like my stewed peas the original way. Some people do stewed peas or pea soup, or beef soup. For some people, them with the chicken soup, right? Thursday, we call that Ben Johnson Day. No, why them call it Ben Johnson Day? That's when your cupboards dwindle down. You use the food that you buy the weekend, when you go Friday market, Saturday market, all of that now is exhausted. So it come down to whittle and daub. Whittle and daub. So it's meager meat. So, some people might do sandwiches, some people might do put little leftovers together, gather what you can find, and you have that. So Ben Johnson Day is a meal with meager means. Friday, payday, the thing turn up. You're going to get something. Nowadays, though, people are eating out on a Friday. Them go buy them fast food. I'm not going to call on name. Them buy them fast food, or they will go to the roadside vendors and buy them pan chicken or them fried fish, whatever. But Fridays now have become eat out day, so to speak. And Saturday is what, Mr. President? What you want to do on a Saturday? Usually.
We do like fish tea and them. Like fish soup. Like with the tea, fish waters. If you might do manish waters, stuff like that.
So it's similar across the Caribbean. Very similar. All right. So that is it. Pretty much a rundown of Caribbean cuisine, what you can expect in traditional Caribbean homes. Yes, a lot of homes here in the US do it. A lot of people who have migrated from the Caribbean, they carry on those traditions, but it's dwindling. It is dwindling. Another thing that is a staple, for example, on a Sunday, carrot juice was a big thing in the Caribbean household. Carrot juice, soursop juice on a Sunday, was a must. All right. What am I missing? I think I've covered it pretty much. But yeah, so big up to the chicken foot. Next up, our final story in our business and tech segment. Apple. Apple is facing tariffs on Chinese imports and says it will invest $500 billion in US facilities. This article, courtesy of CNN via WSVN. Let me pin the headline on the on YouTube. Interesting. You would think they would give Apple a break. No, sir. No, sorry. Not playing with any of you. All right, let's go ahead and get into the article. Apple said on Monday it will invest $500 billion in expanding U.S. facilities over the next 4 years, a move that could help it avoid new tariffs on goods imported from China. Apple said the investment will create 20,000 jobs. Earlier this month, President Donald Trump announced tariffs on 10% off 10% on all imports from China, from which Apple imports many products, including most of its iPhones. Trump signaled on Friday that Apple was planning to make this investment following a meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook on Thursday. Trump attributed the investment to his tariffs. So let me ask a question. Are the phones going to be the same price or are they going to cost more? Will I have to head over to China to get that beautiful phone I'm seeing, which is a Droid phone? You know, will I have to part ways with Apple? Just asking. If it's going to double the price of Apple phones, I don't know how it will go work. Let's see. They probably crunch the numbers and they see that this investment, this multi-billion-dollar investment is going to be worth it. Let's see. I think Apple is also set to open a chip making plant over there in Arizona to the tune of $6.6 billion, something like that. Let's see how it all pans out. I'm just concerned right now how the prices are going to be. Am I going to be impacted? Will I, instead of keeping a phone for 5 years now, have to do it for 10 years? Probably 15? Just wondering. Because I have to count my pennies, count my coins. All right. You know, let me stop being facetious. I'm here for the US jobs being created. As long as it is going to be feasible, doable, and will not put a burden on the US consumer. We're already burdened with $14 a dozen eggs. Just say. Okay. All right. Coming up tomorrow in our business and tech segment, there is a tech war. Ex-Apple engineer returns to China to teach about semiconductors at his alma mater. Ooh, this is the second one we're hearing about. This is the second story we are bringing to the forefront, where people are repatriating to China to build up over there. US, be careful. Stop pedaling backwards is what I'm saying. Start moving forward. And I know AT always talks about the cost effectiveness of China. Let me put it that way in the chat. He always makes mention. Oh, Julie, I'm checking the chat and I'm just saying tamarind juice. I have not had that in a long time. I love tamarind. Love tamarind, but I have not had tamarind juice in a long time. Oh my gosh, my mouth is running water now. Yeah, so let's see how many more are going to repatriate, take all their skills back with them to their home countries, wherever they are across the world, wherever they are from across the globe, and build up their economies, train their people. You know, the US says, you know, they don't really want immigrants here, and we know immigrants make up a large portion of the workforce. Immigrants are largely responsible for a lot of the advancement that has happened in this country. But, you know, we'll be happy to go back. Don't come calling when our countries start moving leaps and bounds, right? All right, next up, our health and science segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. LormelSkinFood.com. All right. Health and science news. So first up, let me do this first before I talk about you know what? Hold on. Just sent this one over. Well, let's go ahead and get into it. So bear with me one moment. I forgot that this was an audio piece. Yeah, I forgot this was an audio piece. So forgive me. Forgive me here for not being prepared.
Recently, Ananda Lewis shared that her breast cancer has spread after she decided to keep a tumor as opposed to having surgery.
I felt like my body is intelligent. I know that to be true. Our bodies are brilliantly made. They know what they're doing, and we mess them up, whether we know that we're messing them up or not. I decided to keep my tumor and try to work it out of my body a different way.
So instead of surgery, she opted for homeopathic remedies, medication, radiation, better sleep, and diet. Now, the reason why her cancer was not caught sooner is because Ananda refused to get mammograms.
For a really long time, I have refused mammograms. And that was a mistake. I watched my mom get mammogrammed for 30 years almost. And at the end of that, she had breast cancer. And I said, radiation exposure for years, breast cancer. Yeah, I'm going to pass. Thanks anyway. I am stubborn. I'm going to admit that up front. Those of you who know me know that's true. And I stand by that thinking. I stand by the research that shows that an accumulation of radiation in your body can cause cancer. And here comes the but. But what I didn't understand and what I need you to understand, the reason I'm here telling you my business is because if I had done the mammograms from the time they were recommended when I turned 40, they would have caught the tumor in my breast years before I caught it through my own breast exam, self-exam, and thermography. And they would have caught it at a place where it was more manageable, where the treatment of it would have been a little easier. Instead, what I'm dealing with is stage 3 breast cancer that is in my limbs. I need you to get your mammograms.
I don't think anybody should judge Ananda for her decision to not have surgery. Cancer is hard. The treatment options have risks, side effects. They are not 100% effective for everybody. What I will say is there's a broader issue where people don't trust doctors. People don't trust medicine, technology, vaccines, science. The reason why I became a doctor is because I want to help people live longer, healthier lives. And it's my prayer that faith, trust in doctors and medicine can be restored.
Yeah, I'm not going to judge her. I'm not going to judge her. We know the history. We know the history when we talk about people of color. And there's a negative stigma attached to it. People are reluctant, especially in the US. They're hesitant. And that is why you will hear the constant cry for doctors who look like you. But is that always a safe way to go? I don't know. What I will encourage people to do is find a doctor who cares about them, regardless of their ethnicity. Not because it's a person of color, you're going to run to them and think, okay, you may be running into the arms of someone who is not up to par. You may be running into the arms of someone who is all about the kickbacks that they're able to get from pharmaceutical companies. So not because the person is a representative of who you are or what you look like means you should run, right? We want to give our people the first option, but if you do not find someone you're comfortable within your ethnic group, someone you're comfortable with, don't be afraid to explore. Exercise your options. At the end of the day, it's your health, and you must know who you are most comfortable with. Finding a doctor is a personal journey. It's your life that you're talking about, right? It is important when choosing a healthcare provider that you ask questions. Do research. Ask questions. If you find yourself in a doctor's office and they're in a rush to speed you out, you've heard me say this before, that's not your doctor. That's not your doctor. A doctor who cares will take the time to listen, to explain, to work on a plan, not just be quick to whip out the prescription notepad. Well, they don't do that anymore. Everything is digitally done. Go on the computer and send the prescription off to your pharmacy. There are doctors who care about you holistically. Find such a professional, please. All right? Yeah. Ladies, last month we spoke about women getting their annuals done in terms of gynecological care. We also have to stress the importance of getting our mammograms. A lot of us don't like it, and I'll confess, I don't like it. I think it's cruel the way they do us. It's harsh. And I'm praying that they will find an easier way, through sonograms or something. But we have to do what we must, right? It saves lives. Early detection is key. It's key. Self-examination is good, but it's also better to go and schedule that appointment. All right, I'm done doubling down. We pray that Anando, there will be some intervention medically or homeopathically speaking, that she can go into remission. It can go into remission. All right. Next article in our health and science segment: a break from your smartphone can reboot your mood. Here's how long you need. This one comes to us from NPR. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
If you ordered coffee on a mobile app while scrolling your feeds this morning, this next story is for you. Researchers decided to find out what would happen to people's moods and attention spans if they turned off their smartphones. NPR's Allison Aubrey tells us how long it took to make a difference.
At a time when more than 90% of Americans have a smartphone, we tend to forget that having a supercomputer at our fingertips all the time is a new phenomenon. Adrian Ward is a psychologist at the University of Texas at Austin. He's in his late 30s, and he remembers having a dial-up connection.
When I was a boy, the internet, we didn't have it at first, but then it lived in a room in our house, and you used it at specific times because you had limited minutes and had to make sure nobody else was on the phone line.
So what would it feel like to go back to those days when we didn't have constant connection to everything? He and his collaborators decided to find out. They recruited 467 participants who agreed to block the internet from their smartphones for 2 weeks. That means no social media scrolling, no streaming, no online shopping on their phones. And it turns out most people, 91% of the participants, seemed to feel better.
What we found was that people had better mental health, better subjective well-being, and better sustained attention.
For example, when participants were asked to perform a task to measure how long they could pay attention, they did better. And when it came to questions such as, how often in the past week have you felt little interest or pleasure in doing things, their responses pointed to a significant lift in mood. Ward says the study results suggest a reduction in symptoms of depression on par with what other studies have found with antidepressant medications.
Not saying it's the same as an antidepressant. Who knows how long-lasting this effect is, but that suggests that it's something worth looking into.
His hypothesis on what actually improves moods isn't about what was taken away from people. After all, they could still use computers at work or home, and they could talk on their phones. It has more to do with what they added back into their lives.
So it's not that you stop using the internet and magically you just feel better, is that you do other things. And so people reported that they spent more time in nature, more time socializing, more time doing hobbies. They got more sleep.
They felt more socially connected. Dr. Judith Joseph is a psychiatrist and leads a Women in Medicine initiative at Columbia University. She says she's not surprised by the findings. Many people don't want to be tethered to their devices.
They know their phones are a problem. They just can't stop. So helping people to retrain their brain to derive joy from healthy places has an antidepressant effect. And that's why I'm not surprised.
A lot of the participants in the study found that they had to break the rules. For example, when they were in their cars and needed to use a map app for directions or log on to a Zoom meeting for work. It's a reminder of how dependent we've become. So even if you can't turn off the internet, Dr. Joseph recommends taking little breaks, beginning with baby steps.
Slowly over time, if you can do this, even for 30 minutes here, 20 minutes there, build up, try to see if you can increase these increments on a weekly basis.
Or here's one idea to get started. If you go out for a walk after dinner, leave your smartphone behind and see how you feel. Allison Aubrey, NPR News.
Yes, we have to learn to disconnect. We have to. We are so attached. We're going to the bathroom, the phone is with us. We go outside, the phone is with us. We're in the shower, the phone is with us. They even have devices that we can put our phones in so they're waterproof. So while you're in the shower, they don't get wet. And I'm talking because, yes, I take my phone into the shower with me because I am listening to things. I put it on the bathroom counter or in the shower, literally, because I'm listening. And that is because there's not enough time in the day and I'm only one person and doing so many different things. For me to keep abreast of certain things, yeah, okay, go to the shower with me. And I'm able to catch up on some things there. Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good. I don't think people realize how peaceful it is to just remove yourself from your phone. Just start with social media. Start with one app. Start with Facebook or Instagram. Just purge for a minute. Just fast. Let's fast. Take a fast for a minute and just remove. And the thing is, you think you're going to miss so much. You're not missing anything but the nonsense. And that's what aggravates you. And that's what worries you. You're looking at other people's lives, what other people are doing. And you are seeing TikTok stuff and happening in the news and what's happening with the president. Well, whichever one is president. One of them. What's happening with them. And you're so caught up with everything else. You know, you're so busy, screen time, you're so busy. If you just take yourself away from it for a moment, even just try to just fast for a weekend, you will realize that you don't really need it that much. I haven't been on social media, but to say Papa happy birthday, something pops up, or to share something if someone tags me, but I'm not scrolling. I don't care what's happening. Me not care who want to go out, who don't want to go out, who's died, who hasn't died, whose birthday it is, whose mother is having surgery, what you ate for lunch, what you had for dinner. If you're depressed, but then tomorrow you're happy and you're live dancing.
So you don't care about what's going on with me?
I don't care. I don't know, but you're not on social media like that. You're not
I'm only kidding.
I know. But when I finally did it, and now it's so often people say, you saw the post? No, I didn't. I just automatic. I didn't see the post. Is there something that you have to tell me in person? Because I'm not looking at posts for information, especially personal information regarding family and friends. I'm not doing it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So people don't. I totally agree with that. Take a break, and your kids are around the dining table, and everybody on the phone. When y'all in the car, everybody on the phone. There's no conversation, no nothing. True. Everybody's just stuck to their phones.
True.
Take a break. How about start with when y'all at the dining table? God pray that you will have dinner together, and you have that ability because times are so hard. Parents are working so hard, but just everybody put the phones down before you sit at the table.
Yeah.
Give yourself that 30 minutes or that hour to just be with your family and sit and talk. Try that Sunday dinner. Whenever y'all gather, put your phones down. I have friends who will sit in the car or we're at an event. They're just constantly on the phone. I have to smile every 5 seconds. So we have to take a picture. I can't.
Or you can't eat unless we take a picture of the
You
food.
can't even, the food comes, you're starving and you're finally, because my going out, when I indulge myself and do things like that, I want to relax, right? When I go out with my friends, I want to relax, have a good conversation, laugh, drink, have a good time. We have to take a picture of the drinks when the drinks come. You have to take a picture in front of the restaurant. You have to take a picture when you sit down. You have to take another picture just because the other one never come out good enough. And you take a picture again just because you want to smile, because this last one you never smile in it. And we just take a picture, and no one's having any conversation. And then by the time you finish taking, and everybody have their phone up and taking selfies, it makes no sense.
We have to capture the moments, RoSolo.
How much of the moment do you have? You understand your phone will fill up with all these pictures and you have to go delete some of them. So it makes no sense to me, right? It makes no sense to me. And I'm not, how many times have I gone somewhere and I haven't taken a picture? And then you ask me, what happened to the pictures? Well, I forgot. The phone, first, most of the time I lose my phone. If I don't lose my earpiece, the phone is lost. Because I'm not attached to it like that. And there's a peace with it. I truly agree. I think it lowers your blood pressure. I think there's a peace to it. Just put your phone down. You're cooking, you have the phone falling at the pot. Now you're worried, now you put the phone in rice now to dry the phone out, because now the phone mess up. It's nonsense. You go in the shower. Now if the phone get wet, you lose your mind. But how you put the phone in the shower?
Facts.
Well, and I don't need to listen to anything when I'm in the shower anymore. I can just sing to myself. Best music I've ever heard is when I sing to myself in the shower. I used to have the AirPod in my ear jar and the shower cap over the AirPod. I used to talk in the shower.
Talk
in the shower, have full conversation in the shower. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Y'all remember that story of the lady got executed in the tub with her phone or something like that?
No, I'm sorry to be the last.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. Good afternoon, all.
Many neighbors has been traumatized by the singers of the showers.
They'll be all right.
I don't recommend not taking your phone when you're walking outside or whatever, because there's just too many crazy things happening now. So you need to always have your phone on you. But yes, I have my days where I just put my phone down. Usually Sundays, I may not touch my phone until the evening.
And nothing is wrong with that. We need to detox.
I have a special ring that, like, for family. So if I hear that ring, then I'll get the phone.
And I don't have a special ring.
You miss me. You miss me.
You miss me. Because you know what? I can call you. I can return your call.
Yeah.
I can return your call. And if it's urgent, I will know because you'll call a couple of times. But you have to, and people find all kinds of excuses, because I hear some of you now in my head, find all kinds of excuses for why the phone, your hand is literally gripped. The shape of your hand is holding the device. You're your own phone holder. You don't need another, because you're constantly holding that phone in your hand.
Yeah.
And you have all kinds of reasons, whether it be, a promoter or somebody. No, you're just addicted to your phone. You're addicted to your phone. It's an addiction. And I just want people to be aware. It is an addiction.
It is. It really is.
It's an addiction.
Yeah. So we're gonna open up a phone rehab center where you will be able to come. You can schedule to be there for an hour, 2 hours, up to 4 hours, where we charge you by the hour. You will leave your phone with us at the front desk. We will put it up safely in a secure compartment. There'll be no TV. There'll be no TV either, so you're not going to be watching anything. You'll hear calming music. If you would like, we'll have the different suites. You can have music, or you can just have the sounds of water. But we're opening a detox center. We need a coffee detox room too, and a rum detox room. But no, it's a serious matter. And we lack discipline. And it is the fear of missing out, FOMO. we're like children all over again. We have to be up to, wait, what's the term of them use? What's the term? Lord Jesus, when you have to be up to date with everything. As something happens, so bam, we have to be in the know. We have to know everything as it's happening. And if you are not aware, oh my gosh, you can't have a conversation.
Oh, you mean fear of missing out?
Yeah, FOMO, fear of missing out. Yeah. But that, I said that, but what I was saying is that we have to be up to date, right? We feel as though we must be up to date. We must know everything that's happening. You know, I will say this though. When you're running a one-man show, and I thank God for all of you who send me stories, right? But it's not like Joanne Reed, who she has a whole team that she not have to, she can be working on other things where she's not immersed in it 24/7. And that is why, like on weekends, like Friday and Saturday, me try my best to stay away from news as much as I can. Right? I really try. Sunday to start put together for Monday. But even like when I get off now, I move away for at least an hour or two. Nothing news related for at least an hour or two. Sometimes longer until it's time to start preparing for the next day. You can become so inundated, it can affect your mental, your emotional, and your spiritual, which can then ultimately affect you physically. All right. So, yeah, learn to detox.
And you have to keep in mind that most of what you're seeing on social media is fake. It's reality TV. It's not real. Just because they all take the pictures in their PJs for Christmas and post. By Boxing Day, they're not together, you know, he really don't live there. It's just for y'all, for your entertainment.
Oh, you say, oh my God, so cute. And guess what we do now, RoSolo? We run gone by pajamas because we want to take
everybody in a matching pajamas.
I've never done one, you know. Never done one.
I won't do it because you know what? Those pajamas cost money and I got big kids. I'm not buying pajamas for everybody. Unless they can buy their own. I cover up myself and the 10-year-old. That's it. That's all I got for you right now in life.
Yeah, we get sucked into this fake life. And you're right. Them take the picture and not even by the next day RoSolo. Them take the picture and everybody gone them own separate ways. It's true. Or them start tear out them one another here. But detox, folks. So two things that's we need to pay attention to, and two important things mentioned in our health and science segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. And remember to head on over to lormelskinfood.com so that you are able to indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whip soaps, body butters, and oils, all 100% natural products. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com again for a natural, beautiful you. But two of the things that are so important that we highlighted today: detoxing, taking a break from your smartphone, reboot your mind, reboot your overall well-being, and also the importance of getting our mammograms, ladies. Early detection is the key when we talk about breast health and breast cancer. All right, two important ones. So thank you, Lormel Skin Food, for sponsoring our health and science segment. Believe it or not, stories, the people them say. I'm laughing at this one. This is like, I played Uno when I was in high school. Do I remember how to play Uno now? Not so much, but this seems like a case of Uno reverse. I may be wrong, but what I'm seeing here is a case of Mayor Eric Adams now turning and suing Trump over the $80 million withdrawal from the NYC bank account that was designated for immigrant services. So what's really going on between Eric and Trump? I thought he was supporting Trump when we talk about ICE and immigration. And wasn't he the one that was saying he was supporting Trump? Or was he only doing it so that Trump would see to it that the charges against him are dropped or that he's removed from the calendar. I'm really confused. I don't understand what's going on with the two of them. What's the deal? But let's go ahead and get into this article, and it is courtesy of Baller Alert. Okay, so New York City Mayor Eric Adams filed a lawsuit against former Donald Trump and his administration, demanding the return of $80 million that was wrongfully withdrawn from a city bank account. The funds had been allocated by Congress for immigrant services. And remember who made up Congress when it was done? The Republicans. Thank you. But the White House reversed the transfer after Elon Musk's public criticism on Twitter. X. Musk had accused FEMA of violating the law by allocating the funds for lodging non-citizen migrants, specifically at the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan. Adams expressed frustration, stating, "Without a doubt, our immigration system is broken, but the cost of managing an international humanitarian crisis should not overwhelmingly fall onto one city alone." City attorneys argue the Trump administration unlawfully seized the funds, citing a violation of federal banking laws and regulations. Corporation counsel Muriel Good-Trufant accused the federal officials of trying to mask their unlawful actions, claiming their real intent was to disrupt the very purpose of the shelter and services program, really meant to assist immigrants. The funds had been allocated for humanitarian purposes, yet were mistakenly tied to luxury hotels despite FEMA's approval. The city is now seeking the return of the funds and preventive measures against future seizures. Mr. President, what's really going on between Trump and is this a case of Una reverse?
And where are the funds that he seized?
Let's ask Doge. Because they're the only ones whose contracts are not, I'm sorry. Musk is the only one whose contracts are not being rescinded, revoked, stopped, nothing. $8 million a day. But everything else, pump the brakes. Somebody asked the question, didn't Trump just pardon him? Can't make this up. Somebody please call Como. Somebody else said this whole country is a literal comic book. Oh, what's her name? Won a case though, Letitia Adams. What was the case? She just won. Oh my gosh, what was it? She just won something. Hold on, this just in. I'm so sorry, folks. Believe it or not, a man has been busted at the airport for attempting to smuggle cocaine under his wig. I'm sorry.
You see what happens to our brains? That's your brain, not on drugs. That's your brain on cell phones. You're gonna have it under your wig and go to the airport? Okay.
So this is something this is another one that I saw, believe it or not. Yeah, well, the federal government is to shut down EV chargers and offload electric vehicles. Did they consult with Elon on this one? How is that going to work with Elon? I mean, is it that hold on, are we having by the way, did y'all see that AI one circling on social media? With the sucking of the toes?
Yes, I saw that.
Whoever did that one, whoever hacked the system, why do I feel it's one of those people hacked it and put it up?
And they said Elon had 2 left feet.
Yes, listen, those images are circulating and it's as though them can't do nothing to take them down. Come on, America, we got to do better than this. But also, Justin, more than 20 tech experts have resigned from Elon Musk's government efficiency department, citing ethical concerns. And here it comes crumbling down.
Oh man, we need that dun, dun, dun sound.
Yes. OMG. Many of them top tier engineers and data scientists.
Engineers and data scientists aren't accountants.
Citing serious concerns about how their expertise was being used. So they're blowing the whistle. They're letting the American people know problems, people, everything that all our assumptions are here. They are no, we don't have to assume anymore. They're confirming our assumptions, people. In a joint resignation letter obtained by the Associated Press, the former staffers made it clear they would no longer stand by as their work was used to dismantle essential government services. We swore to serve the American people and uphold our oath to the Constitution. However, it has become clear that we can no longer honor those commitments. Thank you for standing up. Thank you. The group, which included employees with experience at major tech companies like Google and Amazon, originally joined the government to modernize critical systems, everything from Social Security and veteran services to disaster relief and student aid. But under Musk's leadership, they say their work was being weaponized against the very institutions they sought to improve. The mass resignation is the latest setback for Musk and Donald Trump. Blow the whistle.
It's hitting the fan. It's hitting the fan.
Some of the comments, at least some folks have a backbone and an inkling of a conscience. Someone else said, this is courage. This is resistance. Yeah. Our country is already vulnerable. We have to thank them. They're saying this is not what we signed up for. Somebody else said, when the unethical cannot stomach it, you know that means some ish is going on. I mean, Jack, we don't have to be on the inside to know that something was awry.
100%.
It just takes a little bit of common sense. Just a little bit of common sense.
CYA. CYA.
You see, folks, common sense. Just think. Think. Pay attention. Them say, what them have a saying, John, the higher a monkey climbs, the more it will expose itself. And this is what has happened. The higher a monkey climbs, the more it will expose itself. The whole of its bam bam right there. But anyway, back to we need to know what's going on. Something went sour. Or was it that Eric Adams outsmarted Donald Trump? He said, yeah, I give you what you want. Knowing in the back of his head, he knew what he wanted. And he knew that the only way to get what he wanted was to play Donald Trump. I'm mad at you.
He's just doing the same thing Trump has done.
Yep. So this is what you call reverse Uno?
Let's see what AT put in the chat. Okay, leaders predict in the next 30 to 60 days, all hell will break loose against the Republican administration.
Yes. I agree, AT. I agree. That's why I said it's popcorn season. Get your popcorn. I don't know what your favorite beverage is, But it's a show. It is a show. And it's amusing, to say the least, to think that by silencing intelligent journalists, things are going to change. The truth is going to come out. Everything is going to come out. It's only a matter of time. So you can silence everybody. All good things come to an end. The show must end. The curtain, as it's pulled up, will also come down. Nothing lasts forever. And what I'm grateful for, Ja, is the fact that it's not us. It's them recognizing the hypocrisy, recognizing that they've been lied to, recognizing that this is not what we voted for. But you know what? It had to start hitting them at their doorsteps for them to recognize what everybody else, what 92%, Jack?
What we've been saying all along.
You have to let common sense prevail, people. You have to. And with that story, we come to the end of another live stream on YouTube. I want to say thank you so much for having tuned in. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. Thank you to everyone who has engaged. We appreciate you. And we will be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. with another YouTube Live. Hope you enjoyed today's show. Don't forget to share the channel. Spread the word about Coffee and Toe. It's time for change. Definitely time for change. And change is here. You know, the way media or the way the news is done is changing. This is news with a side of truth. So we invite you to like, comment, but most importantly, share and definitely subscribe to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel. So we will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. for another episode. And I want to say thank you to our co-sponsors, LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And I also want to thank GrantCoffeehouse.com. Remember to head on over to GrantCoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products by using the code CoffeeInToe20 at checkout. All right. And check out Coffee and Toe website. A lot of information is there for you as well. And this is where our live stream on YouTube comes to an end. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House.